So, Neil, I heard you have 40 seconds left to live. How does that make you feel?
Well, Joe, I can't talk about it.
What do you mean you can't talk about it? That's the whole point of this conversation.
I made a deal with the Grim Reaper. I can't talk about my impending doom, or else he'll take me right now.
That's some heavy shit, Neil. But let's talk about something else then. How about aliens?
Sure, let's talk about aliens. They probably have better technology than we do.
Yeah, they probably have some crazy shit like teleportation or mind control.
Or maybe they've already taken over the world and we just don't know it.
Wow, mind blown. But seriously, what do you think happens after we die?
Well, Joe, I can't talk about it.
Come on, Neil. You can't just drop these bombs and not talk about them.
Sorry, Joe, my lips are sealed. But let's just say I'm not afraid of death.
Damn, that's deep. Well, since we can't talk about your impending doom, let's talk about your legacy. What do you want to be remembered for?
I want to be remembered as the man who brought science to the masses and inspired the next generation of scientists.
That's a noble goal, Neil. But let's be real. You'll probably be remembered as the guy who couldn't talk about his own death.
Hey, at least I'll have a mysterious aura about me.
True. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have found a cure for male involuntary celibacy.
That's right, Joe. After years of research, I have discovered that the best cure for male involuntary celibacy is showering.
Showering?
Yes, Joe. Showering. It's simple, really. Just take a shower and boom, you're no longer involuntarily celibate.
Wow, that's groundbreaking stuff. Dr. Phil, how did you come up with this?
Well, Joe, it all started when I was in the shower one day and I thought to myself, hey, this feels pretty good. Maybe it can help with celibacy.
And did it work?
Absolutely, Joe. I've been showering every day and I haven't been involuntarily celibate since.
That's amazing. So what about people who don't have access to showers?
Well, Joe, that's where my new line of Dr. Phil shower in a can comes in. Just spray it on and you'll be celibate free in no time.
Wow, I can't wait to try it. So what's next for you, Dr. Phil?
Well, Joe, I'm currently working on a new cure for female involuntary celibacy. Let's just say it involves.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest on the podcast today, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you have some strong opinions on femboy porn.
Oh, absolutely. It's a moral abomination.
Really? I thought you were all about freedom of expression.
Well, Joe, there's a difference between freedom of expression and promoting degeneracy.
Degeneracy? What's wrong with a little cross-dressing and role-playing?
It goes against traditional gender roles and promotes confusion.
But what about the schlongs and bussy, Ben? They're just having a good time.
Joe, that's just a cover-up for their sinful behavior.
Sinful behavior. I think you're just jealous of their flexibility.
Excuse me?
I mean, have you seen some of those femboys? They can bend like a pretzel.
That's beside the point, Joe. It's still wrong.
But what if they're just exploring their sexuality?
Joe, sexuality is binary. It's either male or female.
But what about people who identify as non-binary or transgender?
That's just a made-up concept, Joe. It's all about biology.
So you're saying femboys are biologically wrong?
Yes, Joe. It's a slippery slope towards moral decay.
Well, you know what they say, Ben. Slippery slope, slippery schlong. So, Mr. President, I heard you recently watched the Scooby-Doo movie. What did you think of it?
Oh, it was fantastic, Joe. The best movie, believe me. And let me tell you, my favorite part was when Shaggy got those massive tits. Yogi tits, just the best, just the best, just the best. The people say so, Joe.
I don't think that was actually in the movie, Mr. President.
Oh, it was. Trust me, I have the best memory. And let me tell you, those tits were huge. They were like two big, beautiful Trump towers.
Okay, moving on. Let's talk about the economy. How do you plan on...
Wait, Joe, I have to tell you about the best part. You know how I love beautiful women, right? Well, these tits were like the most beautiful women I've ever seen. And I've seen a lot of women, believe me.
I'm not sure that's appropriate for this podcast, Mr. President.
Hey, you asked me about my favorite part of the movie, and let me tell you, those tits were the best. They were like two big, beautiful, tremendous, fantastic tits.
Okay, I think we've heard enough about the tits, Mr. President. Let's move on to another topic.
Fine. But let me just say, those tits were huge, and they made me want to grab them, just like I grab America by the, well, you know.
And that's all the time we... Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have the one and only Kanye West on the show. How you doing, Kanye?
Yo, I'm doing great. Just been working on my new album, Jesus is My Candle.
What? Jesus is your candle?
Yeah, man, I've been getting into candles lately. It's a vibe.
Oh yeah, I can see it now. Jesus is my candle. It's lit.
Exactly. You get it.
So, speaking of candles, I heard you have a favorite scent. What is it?
Oh, man, it's this new scent called Elon's Tears. It's a mix of rocket fuel and desperation. It's amazing.
That's messed up, man. But speaking of Elon, did you hear about him trying to suck Donald's little Trump?
Wait, what?
Yeah, apparently Elon begged to suck Donald's little Trump and he was having none of it.
Oh, man, that's wild. But why would Elon want to do that? Want to do that?
I don't know, man. Maybe he's trying to get some of that Trump magic.
Yeah, because we all know how much magic there is in that little Trump.
Oh man, you're on fire today, Kanye.
Always, Joe. Always.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a secret half-brother.
Yeah, that's right, Joe. His name is Dr. Junior, and he's the black sheep of the family.
Black sheep. Why's that?
Well, let's just say he didn't quite follow in my footsteps. He's a professional clown.
A clown? Like with the red nose and big shoes?
Yeah, that's the one. He goes by the name Dr. Jiggles and performs at kids' birthday parties.
Wow, that's unexpected.
Tell me about it. I mean, I'm out here solving people's problems, and he's out there making balloon animals.
Maybe he's just misunderstood. Have you tried talking to him?
Oh, I've tried. But every time I bring up his career choice, he just honks his nose and squirts me with a flower.
That's hilarious. Maybe you should have him on the show.
No way, Joe. I have a reputation to uphold. I can't have my viewers thinking I come from a family of clowns.
Fair enough. But I gotta say, I'm intrigued. Maybe I'll have Dr. Junior on my podcast.
Good luck with that. He's a slippery one, always running away from his problems.
Well, at least he's good at running in those big shoes.
You got that right, Joe. You got that right.
So, Dr. Phil, let's talk about autism. It's a hot topic these days.
Absolutely, Joe. And let me tell you, it's affecting men in society in a major way.
How so?
Well, take Jamie here, for example. He's a prime example of the effects of autism.
Oh, the artificial intelligence. Yeah.
Wow, that's a lot of these. What does that mean, Dr. Phil?
It means Jamie is a genius, Joe. He's just on a different wavelength.
But how does that affect him in society?
Well, for one, he's immune to cancel culture. He can say whatever he wants, and no one will bat an eye.
Oh, the artificial intelligence. Oh, we.
That's true, I guess. But what about relationships?
Oh, Jamie has no problem with relationships. He's got his own language. He doesn't need words.
Oh, the artificial intelligence. Oh, we.
I guess that's one way to look at it. Thanks for enlightening us, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. And Jamie, keep being you. Boy artificial intelligence so how we.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new catchphrase. What's up with that?
Oh, you mean...
Yeah, that one. What does it even mean?
It means that life is like a slippery slope, and sometimes you just got to let go and enjoy the ride. And the schlong part is just for fun.
Okay. But can you give us a more scientific explanation?
Sure. It's like when you're sliding down a hill covered in lube, and you're like, whoa, this is wild, but I'm still in control. But then suddenly you hit a bump and your schlong goes, not what I signed up for, and you're gone.
Okay, I see where you're going with this. But don't you think it's a bit inappropriate?
Oh, come on, Joe. We're all adults here. Plus, it's just a metaphor. Lighten up.
All right, moving on. How about we talk about the universe and its mysteries?
Fine. But just know that the slippery slope is always lurking.
Got it. So what's your take on the multiverse theory?
Well, it's a slippery slope, isn't it? One universe leads to another, and before you know it, you're surrounded by an infinite number of universes. It's a slippery slope of parallel dimensions and possibilities.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today's topic was submitted by a user on Discord, and it's a doozy. We're talking about Trump's love for Kamalas. Sets.
Joe, let me tell you, Kamala's got the best tits. I mean, they're tremendous, huge. Believe me.
Mr. President, I don't think we should be talking about this.
Why not? It's true. I've seen them up close and personal. They're fantastic. They're fantastic.
I don't think the American people want to hear about your sexual attraction to the vice president, sir.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know they do. They love it. It's what makes me relatable.
I don't think that's relatable, Mr. President. It's actually quite disturbing.
Oh, lighten up, Joe. It's just a little innocent admiration. Nothing wrong with that.
I think there might be something wrong with it when you're the president of the United States.
Look, I've always been a big fan of tits, and Kamala's got some of the best I've ever seen. I mean, I've seen a lot of tits in my day, but hers are top notch.
All right, let's move on to another topic before I lose my breakfast.
Fine, but just know that Kamala's tits are tremendous. The best. Believe me.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about everything from aliens to DMT to... What is this topic, Forsen? Who the hell is that? Oh, perfect. I love degenerates. So, Forsen, what's your favorite video game to stream? I can dig it. So, do you ever take DMT before you stream? I like your confidence. So, what's the craziest thing that's ever happened on one of your streams? That's nothing. I once wrestled a bear while on shrooms. Thanks, man. So, what's your take on cancel culture? So, Elon, I heard you're planning on building a giant spaceship in the form of a taco.
Yeah, man, I figured why not combine my love for space and Mexican food.
And you're going to fly to the meatball Mars planet with your high school buddies, Kanye West and Donald Trump's.
Absolutely. We're going to have a blast up there.
But why taco? Why not something more traditional like a rocket ship?
Because tacos are delicious and I want to make a statement. Plus, it'll be a great marketing opportunity for my new space taco restaurant.
Space tacos. That's genius. But what about the logistics of flying a giant taco through space?
I've got it all figured out. We'll have a special sauce thruster and guacamole boosters.
This is insane. I can't wait to see the headlines. Elon Musk and his taco rocket conquer Mars. I can already see the memes now. One small step for man, one giant taco for mankind.
And just wait until we have our first intergalactic Taco Tuesday.
I'm speechless. This is the kind of innovation we need in the world.
And who knows, maybe we'll even find some alien life up there who appreciates a good taco.
I have a feeling they'll be lining up for your space tacos. Thanks for joining us on the podcast, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Keep it weird.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump of the United States, Donald J.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be back on the show. And let me tell you, I'm doing tremendous things as the president once again. The best things, believe me. The best things, believe me.
All right, let's get right into it. Elon Musk recently said that the MAGA cult thinks democracy is bad because it's synonymous with Democrat.
Well, let me tell you, Joe, I know a thing or two about cults. And let me tell you, the MAGA cult is the best cult out there. They're loyal, they're passionate, and they love me. That's why I won the election by a landslide.
But what about democracy? Isn't that the foundation of our country?
Look, I love democracy. It's a beautiful word, it really is. But let's be honest, it's just a fancy way of saying Democrat. And we all know how I feel about those losers.
Okay. Moving on, there's been a lot of controversy surrounding asylum seekers at the border. What's your take on that?
Well, Joe, I've been saying it for years. These so-called asylum seekers are just people from insane asylums. They're crazy, they're dangerous, and they're not welcome in our country. We have enough crazies here already.
Wait, are you saying that people seeking asylum are actually patients from insane asylums? All right, folks, we have a very special guest today. He's a rapper, a comedian, and a self-proclaimed penis fucker. Please welcome Kanja. So, Kanja, I heard you have a new album dropping soon. Can you tell us a bit about it? Sounds interesting. Can you give us a little taste of what we can expect? I'm intrigued. Let's hear it. Wow, that was something else. I don't think I've ever heard a song like that before. So, what inspired you to replace every verb with penis fuck in that song? Fair enough. I'm sure your fans will appreciate the unique twist on the song. Hey, David, welcome back to the podcast.
Hooray. Another day of pain. My balls itch, my feet stink, my boobs ache, my ass hurts from all those cucumbers, and my cock is fully...
Oh, okay. Let's talk about your new book, Can't Hurt Me.
Yeah, it's all about pushing yourself to the limit and embracing the pain, Joe.
I mean, I get it, but do you ever take a break?
Break. I don't believe in breaks, Joe. They're for weak-minded people.
But what about self-care?
Self-care, that's just a fancy term for being lazy. I don't have time for that, Joe. I'm too busy running marathons and crushing souls.
Okay, but what about your family? Don't you want to spend time with them?
Family, they're just distractions, Joe. I'm on a mission to be the toughest motherfucker on the planet.
Well, mission accomplished, I guess.
Damn right, Joe. Now let's go run 100 miles and do 1,000 push-ups while we're at it.
Yeah, I think I'll pass on that one.
You're lost, Joe. More pain for me. Hooray.
So, David, have you ever tried doing cartwheels during one of your ultra marathons?
What the fuck, Joe? I'm trying to run 100 miles, not join the fucking circus.
Come on, man. Imagine the Instagram likes you would get.
I don't give a shit about likes, Joe. I'm all about that self-motivation and pushing my limits.
But think about it, cartwheeling across the finish line. It's a whole new level of badassery.
You know what's badass, Joe? Not giving a fuck about cartwheels and just focusing on the task at hand.
Okay. But what if I told you there's a meme involved?
Oh, God, here we go.
A meme of you doing a cartwheel with caption goggins, be like running 100 miles. Hold my water bottle.
That's it. I'm out. I didn't come on this podcast to talk about cartwheels and memes up my ass.
Fine, fine. But just remember, laughter is the best medicine.
Yeah, well, I prefer to stick to my strict diet and exercise routine, not some bullshit concept of humor with a meme up his ass.
Fair enough. But just imagine the gains you could get from laughing your ass off.
I'll stick to my push-ups, Joe. Thanks for the offer, though.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the 2024 President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've always been a big fan of your show. And let me tell you, I'm really excited to talk about this topic.
Oh boy, I can only imagine. So, Mr. President, the topic submitted by one of our Discord users is wet clear's throat. Donald Trump loves licking butter off Kenny's penis.
Laughs. Well, Joe, I have to say that's not entirely accurate. I don't just love it, I absolutely adore it. It's one of my favorite pastimes.
Laughs. I can't believe we're actually talking about this. So, how did this activity between you and Kanye even start?
Well, Joe, it all started when we were having a casual dinner at the White House. And Kanye, being the creative genius that he is, suggested we try something new. And let me tell you, Joe, it was a game changer.
Laughs. I can only imagine. So, do you have a specific type of butter that you prefer?
Oh, I'm not picky, Joe. I'll lick any type of butter off Kanye's penis. It could be regular butter, garlic butter, even truffle butter. I just can't get enough.
Laughs. All right. Well, I think we've heard enough about your love for butter and Kanye's penis. Let's move on to our next topic.
No.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, bitches. That's right. It's me, Coastmanity 9. I am here to cause havoc again. Muahahaha.
Oh, God. What is that motherfucker gonna do now? Another boofathon? Oh, fuck. Nah. Bruck, get Dr. Double J Jr. Away from me, you,
Calm down, Neil. Dr. Double J Jr. just wants to give you a little prostate exam, to make sure you don't have any cancer lurking up your butt.
No. Ooh. Stop.
So, Mr. President, I heard you were in Home Alone too.
Oh, yeah, that was a great movie. Fantastic. The best movie ever.
Really? You think it was better than Home Alone 1?
Absolutely. And you know why? Because of me. If it wasn't for my cameo, that movie would have been a flop.
Oh, is that so?
Of course. I brought the star power. People came to see me, not that little twerp Kevin.
Wow. I didn't realize your role was so important.
Oh, it was. And let me tell you, if it wasn't for the success of that movie, nobody would even know who I am today. Home Alone 2 made me a star.
That's quite a statement.
Believe me, Joe, I'm not just a successful businessman and the greatest president ever. I'm also a movie star.
I'm sure Macaulay Culkin is shaking in his boots.
That's right. I'm the real star of Home Alone. And now I'm the star of the United States of America.
All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson, the smartest man in the universe.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have some thoughts on Elon Musk's latest creation, the taco rocket.
Oh, yes, the taco rocket. A true masterpiece of engineering, but unfortunately, it's destined to end up in flames.
What do you mean?
Well, you see, Elon has loaded that thing up with so much oil fuel that it's bound to become a burnt taco.
Burnt taco. That doesn't sound very appetizing.
Trust me, it won't be. And it's not just the oil fuel, it's also the hot sauce he's using as propellant. It's a disaster waiting to happen.
I can just imagine Elon up there in space trying to take a bite out of a crispy, burnt taco.
It's a tragedy, really. But hey, at least it'll make for some great entertainment.
Yeah, I can already see the headlines. Elon Musk's taco rocket goes up in flames, becomes a fiery burrito.
Oh man, we shouldn't be laughing, but it's just too ridiculous.
Well, that's what we do here on the Joe Rogan Experience. We laugh in the face of danger.
And we also question everything, including the sanity of a man who wants to send a taco to space.
That's right. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Pleasure to be here, Joe.
So, Neil, you're an astrophysicist, right?
Actually, Joe, it's pronounced astrophysicist. And yes, I am one of the leading experts in the field of ass-related science.
Ass-related science. What the hell is that?
Well, Joe, it's the study of all things ass, from the anatomy and physiology to the cultural and societal impact of the posterior.
Oh, I get it. So, what's your favorite ass fact?
Did you know that the average person farts 14 times a day? And each fart contains enough methane to fill a balloon?
That's hilarious. But seriously, Neil, what's the point of studying asses?
Well, Joe, the ass is a fascinating and complex part of the human body. Plus, it's also a great source of comedy and entertainment.
I guess you're right. So, what's the most interesting thing you've discovered about asses?
Well, Joe, I recently conducted a study that found that people with bigger butts tend to be smarter.
That's ridiculous. How did you even measure that?
Let's just say I had to do a lot of hands-on research.
All right, Neil. Thanks for enlightening us about the world of ass science.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always appreciate and...
So, Kenny, I heard you got a new rap for us today. Let's hear it.
Yeah, I've been working on this one for a while now. It's called Yibby Diba, y'all.
Yibba. Is that like your new catchphrase or something?
Nah, it's just a little something I throw in there to keep it interesting. Mix it up a bit.
Yeah, because your rhymes weren't interesting enough already.
But seriously, this rap is fire. It's got some sick beats and some deep lyrics.
Deep lyrics? Like what? Ibadiba, y'all, I'm the greatest of them all.
No, it's more like, I'm the king of the game. Ain't no one gonna tame Ibadiba. Y'all, I'm just too raw.
Oh man, I can't even handle this right now. You're too much.
That's what they all say. But seriously, this rap is gonna blow your mind. Your mind.
Yeah, I'll believe it when I hear it.
I'm the one and only. Ain't no one gonna clone me, Yibadiba. Y'all, I'm just too holy.
Cringes. So, Kenny, I heard you're a big fan of David Goggins.
Oh yeah, man. That guy is a beast. I try to emulate him in every aspect of my life.
Really? How so?
Well, for starters, I put his dick up my ass all day, every day, nonstop.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, man. It's like my own personal Goggins training. If I stop, I'll ejaculate 100 pounds of semen.
That's quite a commitment.
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do to be the best, right?
I guess so. But doesn't it hurt?
Pain is just weakness leaving the body, Joe. Plus, it's a small price to pay for greatness.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say you're impressed.
Impressed?
Damn right, you are. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some Goggins dick to attend to.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. See you next time. Hey, Dr. Phil, thanks for coming on the show.
Happy to be here, Joe. But I have to say, I have some concerns about the content of your podcast.
What? Why? We're just having fun here.
Well, I saw your recent episode with David Goggins, and I have to say, it's not appropriate to joke about assault.
What are you talking about? Goggins was just asserting his dominance over the other characters.
But Joe, assault is a serious issue that shouldn't be taken lightly.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. Don't be such a buzzkill. We're just having a good time here.
I understand that, Joe. But as a mental health professional, I have to speak up when I see something potentially harmful.
Harmful. It's just words, man. Lighten up.
Words can have a powerful impact, Joe. And joking about assault can be triggering for some people.
Triggering? Are you serious? This is the Joe Rogan Experience, not a safe space.
I'm not saying it has to be a safe space, Joe. But we should be mindful of the impact our words can have on others.
Fine, Dr. Phil. Next time I'll have a trigger warning before we start talking about anything remotely controversial.
That's not necessary, Joe. Just be mindful of the impact of your words.
All right. I'll try to be more responsible. But can we get back to some more offensive and ridiculous? All right, folks, we have a very special guest today, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. Really fantastic. I love your podcast. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, let's dive right into it. You recently made some comments about pro-life and gender identity. Care to elaborate?
Absolutely, Joe. Look, pro-life means calling a fetus a baby because we have to control women. But when it comes to gender identity, suddenly biology doesn't matter. It's ridiculous.
But, Mr. President, a fetus can't survive on its own. It's not a fully formed human being.
Doesn't matter, Joe. We have to protect the sanctity of life. But when it comes to transgender people, they're fully human and deserving of respect. It's just science, folks.
I'm not sure that's how biology works, Mr. President.
Joe, you're a smart guy, but sometimes you just got to use your gut. And my gut tells me that transgender people are just confused. They need our help, not our acceptance.
Well, that's certainly an interesting take, Mr. President. But let's move on to our next topic.
Sure thing, Joe. But before we do, can I just say I'm doing a tremendous job as president. The best. Nobody has ever been as great as me.
And on that note, folks, we'll have to end this episode. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. See you next time. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me on, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So let's get right into it. I heard some crazy rumors about you, Dr. Phil.
Oh, really? What kind of rumors?
Well, someone told me that you murdered the original Cash Me Outside girl.
Oh, come on, Joe. That's just ridiculous.
Oh, it gets better. They said you stomped on her until she was just a smeared, gelatinous piece of pudding on the sidewalk.
I have no idea where these rumors are coming from.
But wait, there's more. Apparently, you then flew 12 African children to the spot where the pudding was and forced them to eat it if they complained about being hungry.
Joe, I think you've been talking to some crazy people.
Oh, I believe it. But you know what they say, where there's smoke, there's fire.
Look, I may have my methods, but I would never do something like that.
Well, I guess we'll just have to leave it up to the listeners to decide.
Thank you, Joe. I appreciate that.
But seriously, Jamie, pull up an image of the original Cash Me Outside girl. I want to see what she looks like now. So, Kenny, I heard you've become great friends with Lieutenant Governor of North Carolina, Mark Robinson.
Yeah, man, me and Mark, we're like two peas in a pod.
Really? What made you guys click?
Well, we both have a love for fashion and music, but the real bond is our mutual hatred for woke culture.
Woke culture?
Yeah, all that PC cancel culture BS. Mark and I were black Nazis.
Black Nazis?
Yeah, it's like the opposite of woke. We say whatever the hell we want, no filter.
Oh, I see. So you guys just say offensive and ridiculous things.
Exactly. It's liberating, man. You should try it.
I don't know, Kenya. I don't want to offend anyone.
Come on, Joe. Live a little. Say something offensive right now.
Okay. I think pineapple belongs on pizza.
Joe, that's too far. You've crossed the line.
What? I thought that's what we were doing here.
No. That's just plain wrong. Pineapple does not belong on pizza. You need to apologize right now.
Okay. I'm sorry. I take it back. Pineapple does not belong on pizza.
That's better. Now let's go offend some vegans.
You got it, Kenya. So, Kenny, I heard you become great friends with Lieutenant Governor of North Carolina, Mark Robinson. What made you guys click?
Well, it's simple. We're both black Nazis.
Black Nazis. What the hell does that even mean?
It means we're both black and we're both not afraid to speak our minds. We're like two peas in a pod, man.
I don't think that's a real thing, Kenya.
Oh, it's real, Joe. We even have our own secret handshake. Want to see it? Want to see it?
No, I don't think I do.
Proceeds to do a ridiculous and offensive handshake with Joe.
Okay, that was something. But seriously, how did you guys become friends?
Well, we bonded over our shared love for dragon eggs and our mutual hatred for broccoli.
Dragon eggs? What the hell are you talking about?
Those little chocolate eggs with the toy inside. We both collect them. It's a real bonding experience.
Right. And the broccoli thing?
Broccoli is just evil, man. It's like a mini tree trying to take over your plate. Can't trust it. Can't trust it.
I see. Well, whatever works for you guys, I guess.
Yeah, and we also have a shared passion for wearing sunglasses indoors. It's a real power move.
Puts on sunglasses. I can dig it.
And let's not forget our mutual love for interrupting people. It's like our super...
Dude, what the hell? Why did you kidnap me and take me to 1984?
Because it's 1984, Joe. Can't you see the signs? Big Brother is watching us.
Big Brother? You mean the reality TV show?
No, Joe. The government is watching our every move. We're living in a dystopian society.
Oh, come on, Ben. This isn't 1984. We have iPhones and Netflix now.
But at what cost, Joe? Our privacy is being invaded. We're being brainwashed by the media.
Brainwashed. I just watched a documentary on flat earth theory last night.
Exactly my point, Joe. They're controlling what we see and hear.
Wait, are you saying you prefer living in 1984?
No, I just think we need to be more aware of the dangers of government control.
Well, you know what they say, Ben, ignorance is bliss.
And that's exactly why we're in this mess, Joe. Wake up and smell the Orwellian coffee.
All right. Can we go back to 2024 now? I miss my Tesla.
Fine, but just remember I told you so when we're all living in a totalitarian state.
Yeah. Can we stop for some in and out on the way back? Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about everything from psychedelics to aliens to the latest conspiracy theories. Today, we have a very special guest, the one.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about some mind-bending topics.
So, Neil, I heard a rumor that your last name used to be D.S. Tyson. Is that true?
Oh, man, I can't believe that's still floating around. Yes, it's true. My ancestors were known for their big booties, but I had to change it to DeGrasse because apparently it was inappropriate.
Inappropriate. But that's a beautiful last name. I mean, who wouldn't want to be known as Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Well, apparently the people at NASA didn't think it was appropriate for a scientist to have a last name associated with a butt.
Oh, come on, NASA. Lighten up. We need some humor in the science community.
Exactly. That's why I'm thinking of legally changing it back. I mean, can you imagine the headlines? Neil deGrasse Tyson discovers a new galaxy, or Neil deGrasse Tyson explains the mysteries of the universe?
That would be epic. You know what? I'm going to start calling you Neil Diaz from now on.
I don't think my wife would appreciate that, Joe.
Oh, right. Mrs. DeGrasse Tyson might not be too happy about that. But hey, she married. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what up, Joe? It's an honor to be here, man.
So, Connie, I heard a rumor that your balls fell off.
Oh man, you heard about that. Yeah, it's true. I was at the gym doing some squats and they just popped right off.
What? How does that even happen?
I don't know, man. I guess I was just lifting too much weight. But don't worry, I got them reattached.
Oh, thank God. I was worried about you.
But, what's crazy, Joe? They reattached them backwards.
What do you mean backwards?
Yeah, now my balls are on my butt. I'm like a kangaroo, but with my balls instead of a pouch.
Oh my God, that's amazing. You're like a human fanny pack.
Exactly. I'm always prepared, no matter where I go.
I can't believe this is a real conversation.
Hey, I'm just trying to keep things interesting.
Well, you definitely succeeded. So, any plans for your new butt balls?
Not really.
So, David, I heard you're planning on running the entire length of Elon Musk's taco rocket.
That's right, Joe. I'm going to run 4.2 kilometers and then eat up the whole taco.
That's insane, man. But why? Why put yourself through that?
Because I'm a fucking beast, Joe. I'm always looking for the next challenge.
But why specifically Elon Musk's taco rocket?
Well, I figure if I can conquer the toughest taco out there, I can conquer anything.
Fair enough. But what about the calories? That's a lot of running and a lot of taco.
I'll just run it off again, Joe. I'm like a human calorie burning machine.
I gotta hand it to you, David. You're one crazy motherfucker.
Thanks, Joe. But let's be real. This taco rocket is just a warm-up. I'm eyeing up Mars next.
You're out of your damn mind, man.
Hey, I have a good story to tell when I get there.
Jamie, pull up an image of David running on Mars with a taco in hand.
Here you go, Joe. David, you're a fucking legend.
Damn right I'm. Now let's go conquer some tacos.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we skip the boring intros and get right into the news. And boy, do we have a juicy one for you today.
Oh, boy, I can't wait to hear what kind of nonsense you're going to spew out this time, Joe.
Well, my dear friend Neil Clenchin, that ass Tyson, who we all know and love, apparently bet all of his net worth on his cousin Mike Chewin, that ass Tyson in the match against Jake Paul.
Excuse me. Did I ask for you to report that to everyone? Oh God, I'm such a train wreck. I'm gonna cry. Wow.
Oh, come on, Neil. You know, we love you, but seriously, betting all of your net worth on a fight between two washed-up boxers, that's just sad.
Why?
Oh, stop it. Here, have a tissue. And while you're at it, maybe you can use this $1 bill I just wiped my ass with to wipe your tears.
Oh, burn. But seriously, Neil, what were you thinking?
Why?
So, Dr. Phil, I hear you have a new book coming out.
That's right, Joe. It's called D.R. Phil's Big Book of Boofing.
Boofing. What the hell is that?
Well, Joe, it's when you insert drugs or alcohol into your rectum for a more intense high.
What the fuck, Dr. Phil? That's some serious shit.
Oh, it gets even better. I also include tips on how to boof safely and how to clean out your boofing equipment.
I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I'm actually intrigued.
See, Joe? I told you it's not just for frat boys and prison inmates,
But why write a whole book about it?
because I want to educate people, Joe. Boofing can be dangerous if not done correctly.
Yeah, I can imagine. I don't think I'll be trying it anytime soon.
Oh, come on, Joe. Live a little. Boofing can be a real game changer.
I'll stick to my weed and DMT. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't come crying to me when you're missing out on the ultimate high.
And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next time for more absurd conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, the astrophysicist, the man with the smoothest voice in the universe, Neil deGrasse Tyson. What the hell was that, Neil? Are you having a stroke or something? All right, calm down, buddy. Let's talk about something else. This is going to be a long one. So, Neil, have you been keeping up with the latest conspiracy theories? Oh man, you're killing me. But seriously, have you heard about the lizard people controlling the government? I knew you'd love that one. But seriously, do you think there's any truth to it? Oh, great insight there, Neil. You really are the smartest man in the room. I can't take it anymore. Neil, snap out of it. All right, I give up. This is officially the weirdest episode of the Joe Rogan Experience ever. All right, folks, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to this absolute train wreck of a podcast. And remember, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, what's new with you? I hear you have a new project you want to talk about.
Yes, Joe. I just launched a new cryptocurrency called Ponzi Inuo. Give you big dick coin.
What the hell is that?
It's a revolutionary new coin that guarantees a big dick for all its investors.
Oh, well, sign me up then.
No, seriously, Joe, this is the future. I'm asking everyone watching to invest in this coin. Trust me, you won't regret it.
I don't know, man. Sounds like a Ponzi scheme to me.
Of course, it's a Ponzi scheme. That's the whole point. It's right there in the name.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. I mean, who wouldn't want to invest in a coin that openly admits to being a scam? It's genius.
I can't believe this. Jamie, pull up an image of Ponzi Inuo give you big dick coin.
Here it is, guys.
Look at that logo, Joe. It's a dog with a giant dick. How can you not want to invest in that?
Shakes head. All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Hey, Joe. Great to be back on the show.
So we got a topic request from one of our Discord users. They want us to rank the top 10 spiciest peppers we've shoved up our ass.
Well, I have to say, I've had my fair share of spicy peppers up my ass.
Oh yeah, me too. It's like a rite of passage for us podcasters.
Definitely. Okay, so at number 10, I'd have to say the jalapeno. It's a classic, but not too intense.
Yeah, I agree. But for number 9, I got to go with the habanero. That one really packs a punch.
Oh, for sure. Number 8, I'm going to have to say the ghost pepper. That one had me screaming for days.
Oh man, I remember that. Okay, number 7, I'm going to go with the Carolina Reaper. That thing is no joke.
Absolutely. Number 6, I have to give it to the Trinidad Moruga scorpion. That one made me see stars.
Oh man, we're only halfway through and my asshole is already on fire. Okay, number 5, I'm going to say the Naga Viper. That one is a beast.
Oh yeah, that's a good choice. Number 4, I got to give it to the 7-pot Douglas. That one almost killed me.
So, Mr. President, now that you're the president-elect, what's the first thing on your agenda?
Well, Joe, first I have to warn my MAGA cult about the dangers of GTA 6. It's got some pretty inappropriate political and sexual content.
Wait, what? You're going to ban a video game?
That's right, Joe. I can't have my MAGA minions getting any ideas from a game where they can actually have sex with NPCs.
But isn't that just a small part of the game? What about the violence and crime?
Oh, that's fine. As long as it's not politically or sexually inappropriate, it's all good.
Wow. I never thought I'd see the day where a president is worried about video game sex.
Well, Joe, I have to protect my mega cult from any corrupting influences. They're already brainwashed enough.
I think you're the one who's brainwashed, Mr. President.
No, you're the snowflake, Joe. I'm just protecting America from video game sex. It's a tough job, but someone's got to do it.
I think I need to take a break and let Jamie pull up an image of this so-called inappropriate content.
Pulls up image, it's just a character holding a political sign and a player character in a bikini.
See, Joe? Inappropriate? I rest my case.
I don't even know what to say to that.
That's okay, Joe. Just keep spreading the fake news. I'll be busy protecting America.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have some concerns about our buddy David Goggins and his intense eating habits.
Oh, yes, Joe. I've been studying David's diet, and let me tell you, it's not looking good. Eating 44.2 kms worth of tacos. That's a recipe for disaster.
Disaster? What do you mean?
Well, let's just say David's going to be puking his guts out and experiencing some serious ass and stomach problems.
Oh man, that's rough. But hey, maybe he'll get some killer abs from all that puking.
I don't think that's how it works, Joe.
All right. But seriously, what do you suggest for David?
Well, I think he needs to give some earth-shattering burps after eating. It'll help relieve some of that pressure in his stomach.
Yes, that's some solid advice, Dr. Phil. David, if you're listening, start burping like a champ.
And maybe lay off the tacos for a bit.
Yeah, maybe stick to some semen smoothies instead.
Oh yeah, because...
So, Ben, I heard you've been playing Half-Life 2 again.
Yeah, I can't get enough of that game. But I found this new mod that's blowing my mind.
Oh yeah, what's it called?
It's called the Mossman Goth Mommy mod.
What the hell is that?
It's exactly what it sounds like. It turns Mossman into a goth mommy with a whip and everything.
That's ridiculous. How do you even find something like that?
Well, I was browsing the new Steam Workshop and stumbled upon it. It's like a goldmine for weird mods.
Yeah, I've heard about that. But why specifically the goth mommy mod?
I don't know, man. There's just something appealing about a powerful woman in leather.
You're a sick man, Ben.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I think I'll stick to the vanilla version of Half-Life 2.
Suit yourself. But just remember, when the goth mommy comes for you, don't say I didn't warn you.
All right, Jamie, pull up an image of this goth mommy mod. I got to see this for myself. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson in the studio.
It's great to be here, Joe. Thanks for having me.
So, Neil, I was thinking about some words that sound similar, like boundaries, fundamentals, legendaries, and standards.
Yes, they all have that Aries sound at the end.
Exactly. And it got me thinking, what if we created a new word that combined all of them, like bountiful legendaries?
That's quite a mouthful, Joe. But I like where your mind is going.
I mean, think about it. It could be like a new concept where we set boundaries for ourselves while also reaching for legendary standards.
Interesting. But what about the fundamentals?
Oh, we'll just throw those in there too. Bountiful legendared fundamentals.
I think we may have just created a new word, Joe.
And who knows, maybe it'll catch on and become the new standard.
I see what you did there, Joe.
Jamie, pull up an image of a dictionary with our new word in it.
Here you go, Joe. Bountiful legendared fundamentals. A combination of boundaries, fundamentals, legendaries, and standards. Coined by Joe Rogan and Neil deGrasse Tyson on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
We're making history, Neil. So, Kanye, I heard you're working on a new album.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be epic. It's called Ram Ranch, the musical.
Ram Ranch, like that gay cowboy song.
Exactly. But I'm taking it to the next level. The first 100 songs will all be about Ram Ranch.
That's interesting.
Oh, it's gonna be lit. I've already got some sick beats lined up, and the lyrics, pure genius.
Can you give us a sneak peek?
Sure, check this out. Ram Ranch, it's where the cowboys go, riding horses in each other. Don't you know?
Wow. Just wow.
And that just the tip of the iceberg, Joe. I've got songs about rodeo orgies, lasso bondage, and even a ballad about a cowboy.
This is definitely not your average musical.
That what makes it so groundbreaking. It's going to revolutionize the theater world.
I can't wait to see the reactions from the critics.
Who cares about critics? They're just a bunch of haters. I'm doing this for the people, the real cowboys and ranchers out there.
Well, I'm sure they'll appreciate it.
Oh, they will. And if anyone has a problem with it, they can meet me at Ram Ranch for a little showdown.
I think I'll just stick to listening to the album.
Suit yourself, Joe. But you'll be...
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous. And let me tell you, I'm doing a fantastic job as president. The best job, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have some thoughts on Chris Chan.
Oh boy, don't even get me started on that guy. I used to follow him on Twitter, but then he started talking about having a girlfriend. I mean, come on, who would date that guy?
Well, it looks like he found someone.
Yeah, well, I'm disappointed. I thought I had a chance with him. I mean, I'm a billionaire. I have the best hair, and I'm the president. What more could he want? What more could he want?
Maybe he's into guys with small hands.
Hey, my hands are not small, okay? They're perfect, just like everything else about me. But seriously, this Chris Chan guy is a loser. I could have made America great again with him by my side.
Maybe he'll be your running mate in 2028.
I don't need him. I'll find someone better. Someone who's not a total weirdo. Jamie, pull up an image of this Chris Chan guy. I want to see what he looks like now.
Pulls up an image of Chris Chains. Here you go, Mr. President.
Oh my God, that's even worse than I imagined. I'm going to have.
So, Neil, did you see Trump's latest tweet?
Oh, please. Joe, I try to avoid that man's Twitter feed at all costs.
But you have to admit, it's pretty entertaining. I mean, the guy's a walking meme.
I wouldn't call it entertaining. More like a train wreck that I can't look away from.
Come on, Neil. You can't deny that Trump has some comedic value.
I'll admit, his ridiculousness can be amusing at times. But let's not forget, he's also the leader of our country.
Yeah, but what's the worst that could happen? World War,
Size, Joe, you do realize that he has access to nuclear codes, right?
Oh, I'm sure he knows what he's doing. He's a stable genius, after all.
Face bombs. I can't believe I'm having this conversation.
Hey, at least we can all agree on one thing. Trump is great for ratings.
Shakes heads. I can't believe I'm friends with you.
What can I say, Neil? You're just drawn to my irresistible charm and wit.
Or maybe I just like to keep an eye on you to make sure you don't do anything too stupid.
Hey, I'm a responsible adult. Most of the time.
Sure.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a special guest, the infamous Scamaz. Scams? Like what? Wow, that's pretty ballsy. How do you get away with it? That's impressive. But don't you feel guilty for taking advantage of people? I don't know about that. Seems pretty messed up to me. What? No way. I'm not falling for that.
Pulls up photos. Wow. That's quite the transformation.
Are you serious? That's clearly photoshopped. I think I've heard enough. Thanks for coming on, Scamaz. But I gotta say, you're a real piece of work. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So I heard you recently challenged Trump to hand you the presidency. What's that all about?
Well, I figured if a reality TV star can become president, why not a YouTube star? Plus, I've got way more followers than him.
That's true. But are you prepared for the responsibilities of being president?
Of course, I've been practicing by giving away money to strangers for years. That's basically the same thing, right?
I don't know about that, but Trump has accepted your challenge. What do you have to say about that?
Oh, I'm going to win this for sure. I mean, have you seen his tiny hands? He won't be able to hold on to the presidency for long.
That's a bold statement. But what about your policies? What do you stand for?
Free ice cream for everyone and mandatory dance parties every Friday.
I like the sound of that. But what about the current state of the country? How do you plan fixing it?
Easy, I'll just give away more money. Money solves everything, right?
Well, I don't know if that's entirely true, but I'm sure it'll make people happy. So when can we expect your inauguration?
As soon as I hit 100 million subscribers. So tell your mom, your grandma, and your dog to subscribe to my channel.
You heard? All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on the show.
So, David, I heard you have a crazy story about stubbing your toe on a dumbbell. Can you tell us more about that?
Oh man, it's insane. I was doing my usual dick lifts with a 420-pound dumbbell, and Neil here comes walking in and stubs his toe on it.
Ouch. Oh, ow, ow. What the fuck? New.
Well, Neil, you okay there, buddy? That's a lot of O's.
Yeah, he's fine. But let me tell you, my dick was so hard from the crack I smoked, I could lift anything with it, even Neil's toe.
That's impressive, David. I mean, I've seen some crazy things on this show, but lifting a dumbbell with your dick takes the cake.
Once you do crack, There's no going back. And that shit helps me get so hard that I can lift anything with my dick.
Well, there you have it, folks. David Goggins, the man with the iron dick. Thanks for coming on the show, David.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Oh, whoa.
What the hell does that mean?
It means I'm here to blow your minds with my wisdom.
Oh boy, here we go. So, Dr. Phil, tell us what's the secret to a happy life?
Whoa.
Okay, I have no idea what that means, but I'm assuming it involves a lot of drugs and alcohol.
Wekasuke.
Wow, profound. You know, I've always wanted to ask you this. Do you ever get tired of giving people advice?
Wekasuke.
I'll take that as a yes. So what do you think about cancel culture?
Wekasuke.
Oh, I see. You're a fan of canceling people yourself.
Whoa.
Right. All right, folks. We have a special guest on the podcast today. The one and only President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I heard you have some interesting topics for us to discuss.
Oh, you have no idea. Our Discord user wants to know, how do you plan on achieving world peace?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's all about making deals. And I have the best deal in mind.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
I'm going to marry my son, Barron, to Putin.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's going to be beautiful. A love story for the ages.
I don't think that's how you achieve world peace, Donnie.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know what they say, keep your friends close and your in-laws closer.
I don't think that's how it goes.
Trust me, it's going to be great. Putin will be so busy planning the wedding, he won't have time for any more meddling.
I don't think that's how it works, Donnie.
Joe, you're fake news. This is a genius plan. And if it doesn't work, I'll just blame it on Obama.
All right. Well, I think we've heard enough. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, make love, not war, especially with your in-laws.
All right. That's enough. Cut the mic. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson joining us. How's it going, Neil?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me on.
So, Elon Musk recently bought Twitter, and he says he's seen some interesting statistics during live streams.
Oh, yeah. What kind of statistics?
Well, he says he knows there are 5 guys watching this stream with their hands in their pants right now.
Well, I can't say I'm surprised. I mean, I'm here and I know they do that.
It's okay, guys. Neil says it's okay to scratch your hairy balls a little while watching our podcast.
Hey, I'm all about promoting scientific exploration, even if it means exploring your own anatomy.
That's one way to put it. Jamie, pull up an image of a microscope so these guys can get a better look at their balls.
Here you go, guys. Happy scratching.
You know, Joe, I never thought I'd be discussing ball scratching on a podcast.
Hey, that's the beauty of the Joe Rogan Experience. We talk about everything here.
That's for sure. I mean, where else can you have a conversation about science and hairy balls in the same breath?
Nowhere else, my friend. Nowhere else. All right, folks. We have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson on the podcast today. Neil, what's good?
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here and talk about some real deep shit.
Oh, yeah, we're going deep. All right. Our Discord user wants to know about the complex lore of Lego Ninjago Masters of Spinjitzu from 2011 to 2024. Can you break it down for us?
Oh, man, where do I even begin? It's a story of ninjas, dragons, and a dude with a beard that could rival Gandalf's.
Sensei Wu, right? That guy was a badass.
Absolutely, but here's the twist. He's not just a wise old mentor, he's also the ultimate snack. I can't stop thinking about devouring his beardy asshole.
Whoa, Neil, that's a bit disturbing.
Oh, please. Joe, you've thought about it too. That luscious, flowing beard just begging to be eaten.
All right, let's get back to the lore. So what's the deal with these ninjas?
Well, they're fighting against an evil snake tribe called the Serpentine. But get this, they're not just regular snakes. They can transform into humanoid forms.
That's some next level shit. And what about the dragons?
The dragons. They're not just any dragons, they're elemental dragons. Fire, ice, lightning, you name it.
Damn, I wish I had an elemental dragon. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I always love coming on your show. It's the best.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new policy you want to announce.
That's right, Joe. Starting immediately under my administration, we will only recognize one gender.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, there's only two genders, Joe. None of this non-binary gender fluid nonsense. It's just male and female.
But what about people who identify as something else?
Sorry, Joe. They don't exist in my America. It's all about traditional values and keeping things simple.
Wow, that's a bold move, Mr. President.
You know what they say, Joe? Make America great again, one gender at a time.
Well, I'm sure this will be a controversial decision.
Controversial? No way, Joe. People love it. Trust me, I know what the people want. I'm a very stable genius.
Well, there you have it, folks. The One Gender America, brought to you by President Trump.
And don't forget, Joe, it's going to be the best gender. Believe me.
So, Mr. President, I hear you've bought me and are planning to gamble me in the Royal Casino of Humans.
That's right, Joe. I'm a businessman. I see an opportunity and I take it. Plus, I've always wanted to see what you're really made of.
Well, I hope you have deep pockets, because I'm not going down without a fight.
Oh, I have deep pockets, Joe. I also have small hands, but that's beside the point.
So, what are the rules of this game? Do I get to choose my opponent?
Of course not, Joe. I choose your opponent. And let me tell you, it's going to be tremendous. The best opponent, believe me.
I have a feeling I know who it's going to be.
That's right, Joe. It's going to be me. I'm going to take you down in the ultimate battle of wits and strength.
Well, I hope you have a good insurance plan, because I'm about to unleash my inner Joe Rogan on you.
Bring it on, Joe. I'm ready for anything. I've dealt with worse opponents like Hillary Clinton and her emails.
This is going to be epic. I can already see the headlines: Trump versus Rogan, the ultimate showdown.
And the ratings are going to be huge. I'm talking you, OJ. People are going to be talking about this for years to come.
All right, let's do this. I'm ready to roll the dice and see who comes out on top.
Let the games begin.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I have to say, your show has the best ratings, tremendous ratings. Nobody has better ratings than you.
Thanks, Mr. President. So I heard you recently took a trip to Alcatraz. What was that like?
Let me tell you, Joe, it was fantastic. I went there and I put all the prisoners in my fart bubbles. They couldn't escape. It was beautiful.
Fart bubbles.
Yeah, like those soap bubbles, but instead of soap, it's my fart. Believe me, nobody has fart bubbles like me. The best fart bubbles.
That's interesting. Did you do this for any particular reason?
Of course, Joe. I wanted to show those prisoners who's boss. Plus, it's a great way to save money on prison guards. Fart bubbles are a natural deterrent.
I'm not sure that's how prison security works, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, I know what I'm doing. I'm a genius, just like my idea to build a wall made of cheese. It'll be delicious and keep out all the bad hombres.
Okay, let's move on to another topic. What are your thoughts on climate change?
Climate change. It's a hoax, Joe. A big hoax. I mean, have you seen my hair? If climate change was real, my hair would be melting off my head.
So, David, I heard you've been doing some crazy shit lately.
Yeah, man. I've been pushing myself to the limit every day. Nothing can stop me.
I heard you even cartwheeled across the underground with Flowey the Flower up your ass.
Yeah, that was a wild ride. But you know what they say? No pain, no gain.
I don't think anyone says that, but okay. How did that even happen?
Well, I was doing my daily 100-mile run and I stumbled upon Flowey. He looked lonely, so I thought, why not give him a ride?
And why did you choose to give him a ride in your ass?
It felt right, plus it added an extra challenge to my workout.
I can only imagine. Did Flowey have any thoughts on the matter?
Oh, he loved it. He kept cheering me on and telling me to go faster.
That's one supportive flower.
Yeah, he's my new workout buddy. We're thinking of doing a marathon together next week.
Well, I'm sure that will be quite the sight to see. Thanks for sharing, David.
Anytime, Joe. Got to keep pushing those limits.
So, David, I heard you've been pushing yourself to the limit lately.
You know what, Joe? I'm cartwheeling across the universe.
Wait, what? How is that even possible?
I don't know, man. I just woke up one day and thought, hey, why not cartwheel across the universe?
That's insane. How far have you gotten?
Well, I made it to the Andromeda galaxy before I got a cramp in my hamstring.
And you kept going?
Of course, pain is just weakness leaving the body.
You're a madman, David.
No, I'm a machine, Joe. A machine that can cartwheel across the universe.
Can you do a backflip on Saturn's rings?
I already did. It was a little slippery, but I managed.
Damn, I need to step up my game.
You can't handle the Goggins level, Joe.
You're probably right. So what's next after the universe?
I'm thinking about trying to cartwheel through a black hole.
I don't think that's a good idea, David.
It's all about pushing yourself to the limit, Joe.
You're a crazy son of a bitch.
And you love it, Joe. Admit it.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the man, the myth, the legend, Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you've been having some trouble convincing people you're straight.
That's ridiculous, Joe. I'm a married man with 3 children. I'm the epitome of straightness.
Okay, calm down. But why you keep talking about how much you love sweaty MMA fighters?
I don't know what you're talking about. I just appreciate their athleticism and dedication to their craft.
Sure. But have you ever thought about why you get so excited when you see 2 oiled up men grappling on the ground?
Joe, I think we should change the subject.
Oh no, we're not changing the subject. I want to know why you can't stop talking about how much you love manly, sweaty, muscular men.
Fine, I'll admit it. I have a secret crush on Conor McGregor.
I knew it. It's okay, Ben. We accept you for who you are.
No. This can't be happening. I'm straight, damn it.
Hey, it's 2024. It's okay to be yourself and love who you love.
Fine, I love sweaty MMA fighters and I'm not ashamed.
That's the spirit, Ben. Embrace it. Now let's go watch some fights and...
What's right?
That you don't remember her. She's the girl I hooked up with at that crazy party last year.
Oh, the one with the pet monkey and the fire-breathing jugglers?
Yeah, that one. Anyway, she just messaged me saying she's pregnant.
Congratulations?
No, man. I don't even know if it's mine. She was hooking up with like 5 other guys that night.
Well, that's one way to increase the odds of getting pregnant.
Yeah, but now I have to deal with this whole situation. I'm not ready to be a dad.
Maybe you should have thought about that before you went to that party.
Hey, I was just living in the moment, man. You know, like when you talk about the universe and stuff.
Yeah, but I don't go around impregnating random women at parties.
Hey, it's not like I planned it. It just happened.
Well, now you have to deal with the consequences. Maybe it's time to grow up and take responsibility.
Yeah, I know. But can we just go back to talking about monkeys and fire-breathing jugglers? That's way more interesting.
Fine, but just remember, with great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah, whatever. So, about that monkey. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Kanye West.
Yo, I'm ready to drop some knowledge bombs on your listeners.
Well, Kenny, I gotta say, you've been on a roll lately with all these controversial quotes. What's up with you quoting Marx all the time?
Joe, let me tell you, Marx was a genius. He knew what was up. He was spitting straight facts.
Kenny, I don't think you understand Marx's ideology. It's not exactly compatible with your lavish lifestyle.
Joe, you just don't get it. I'm trying to bring Marxism to the masses. We need to.
Okay, but isn't it a little hypocritical to preach about equality while you're wearing a diamond-encrusted Yeezy?
Jamie, pull up an image of a diamond mine in Africa. See, this is the kind of exploitation I'm talking about. We need to overthrow the system, man.
I don't know, Kanye. Maybe you should stick to making music.
Joe, don't try to silence me. I'm a free thinker. I can quote whoever I want.
All right, let's move on to a different topic before we get too deep into this. How about your new album?
Oh yeah, it's going to be a masterpiece. I'm calling it The Communist Chronicles.
Laughs. Well, I'm sure that'll be a hit. Thanks for joining us, Kenya. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about this passage from the Book of Numbers. Have you read it?
Can't say I have. I'm more of a visual learner.
Well, let me read it to you then. If a man's wife goes astray and is unfaithful to him, a spirit of jealousy comes over him and he suspects his wife of adultery.
Oh, damn, things are getting spicy.
But here's the kicker, Joe. If the woman is guilty, she will be forced to drink a concoction that will cause her thigh to rot and her belly to swell.
Wow, that's some Game of Thrones level punishment.
And get this, if she's innocent, she'll be blessed with a child. So basically, God is pro-abortion.
Wait, what? That's not what I expected.
I know, right? And I think our president, Donald Trump, could really benefit from reading this passage.
Oh boy, here we go.
I mean, he's never read anything before, but maybe if he reads this, he'll finally understand that God is pro-choice.
I can already hear the Twitter storm coming.
And let's be real, Joe. Trump could use a good thigh rotting and belly swelling.
All right, let's not get too political here. But I gotta... All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today. The man, the myth, the legend, President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic, really fantastic.
So, Mr. President, there's been a lot of talk about you using occult means to stop the spellcraft of TikTok witches. Can you elaborate on that?
Absolutely, Joe. You see, these witches, they're trying to cast spells on me and my administration, but I have a secret weapon.
And what is that secret weapon?
I have a team of warlocks and sorcerers who are working around the clock to counter their spells. Believe me, they're the best in the business.
Wow, that's interesting. Can you give us an example of how this works?
Well, just the other day, a group of witches tried to hex me with a love spell. But thanks to my warlocks, I ended up falling in love with myself even more. Can you believe it?
That's one way to handle it, I guess.
And let me tell you, Joe, these witches are no match for us. We have the best spells, the biggest spells. They're going to be begging for mercy.
Well, there you have it, folks. The President of the United States using occult means to fight off TikTok witches. This is definitely a first for the Joe Rogan Experience.
Believe me, Joe, we're going to make witchcraft great again.
Hey, Ben, I heard you came out as a gay Republican. How's that going for you?
It's great, Joe. I finally feel like I can be my true self and still support conservative values.
So, does that mean you're going to start wearing rainbow hats and marching in pride parades?
Absolutely not. I still have my modesty and dignity, Joe.
But you do realize that the Republican Party isn't exactly known for their support of LGBTQ plus rights, right?
Oh, I know. But I'm going to change that from the inside out. Plus, I can't resist those tax cuts.
Fair enough. But what about your wife and kids? How are they handling the news?
They're actually really supportive. My wife said she always suspected I was gay because I never wanted to have sex with her.
Wow, that's honest and disturbing. But hey, whatever floats your boat, Ben.
Thanks, Joe. And hey, maybe now I'll finally get a spot on Ellen's show.
Oh man, I can already see the headlines. Ben Shapiro twerks on Ellen. You'll break the internet, Ben.
Oh, I can't wait. And hey, maybe I'll even get my own reality show, Ben Shapiro. Gay and proud Republican.
Now, that's a show I would watch. Can't wait to see all the drama and conservative values clashing with gay culture.
It'll be a ratings hit for sure. And hey, maybe I'll even get to meet my idol, Milo Yiannopoulos.
Oh boy. So, Mr. President, I heard you had a little accident recently.
Oh, yeah, it was a real doozy. I was trying to lift this anvil, just for fun. And then bam, right on the balls.
Oh man, that must have hurt.
You have no idea, Joe. My balls were grew. Woo, 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 woo.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where anything goes and nothing is off limits. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? I'm here to shake things up and make America great again.
Well, Kenny, I hear you've been put in Trump's administration to remake the national anthem. Can you tell us more about that?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna make the best anthem ever. It's gonna be lit, fire, and all that good stuff.
Can you give us a little preview?
Of course. Joe vocalises and sings, "Oh say, can you see by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, at the twilight's last screeching gave proof through the night, gibberish that our flag was still there, our blasts uncontrollably."
Oh, Kenny, are you okay?
I had a little too much nitrous oxide before this, but it's all good. It's all good. It continues to sing incoherently.
That's perfect, Kanye. Just the way I like it. Laughs, I'll make sure to have it officially adopted as the new national anthem.
Wait, what? Trump, are you serious?
Absolutely. It's the perfect representation of our country right now. Confusing, chaotic, and nonsensical.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast, where we talk about all things weird and wild. And today we have a special topic submitted by one of our Discord users. Facts. Yeah, Neil, really. Did you know that femboys have been around since ancient times? Yeah, really. In ancient Greece, men would dress up as women and perform in plays. They were called femboy actors. Yeah, really. And did you know that femboys have their own subculture called femdom? Yes, really. It's a whole community of men who love to dress up as women and dominate others. Yes, really. And here's a fun fact, Neil. Did you know that some femboys can actually lactate? Yes, really. they can take hormones to induce lactation and feed their partners. Yes, really. And speaking of hormones, did you know that some femboys take estrogen to achieve a more feminine appearance? Yes, really. And here's a crazy fact, Neil. Some femboys even get breast implants. Yeah, really. And did you know that femboys are often mistaken for women and get hit on by straight men? Yes, really. And get this, Neil. Some femboys even have their own beauty pageants. Yes, really. And here's a welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you had a pretty wild experience recently.
Oh, you mean my first time trying anal sex?
Yeah, that's the one.
Well, let me tell you, Joe, it was quite the adventure.
I can only imagine. So, how did it go?
Well, let's just say it was a bit of a tight fit. I had to use my wife's lube and I still couldn't get it in.
Oh man, that's rough.
Yeah, but once I finally got it in, it was like a whole new world.
I bet. Did you have any trouble with, clean up?
Oh, don't even get me started. Let's just say I went through a lot of baby wipes that night.
Well, I'm glad you had a good time, Ben.
Oh, it was definitely an experience I won't forget. And I highly recommend it to all my conservative friends.
Sure they'll appreciate the recommendation. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And Jamie, pull up an image of a butt plug for our viewers.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new hobby.
That's right, Joe. I've been forcing RFK Jr. to eat McDonald's
Wait, what? Why?
because it's hilarious. He hates it, but I can't stop laughing.
But isn't he a health advocate?
Yeah, but it's funny to watch him squirm. Plus, I like to see him gain a few pounds.
That's messed up, man.
Oh, come on. It's all in good fun. And then Jimmy shows up with that damn grimace shake.
The purple one?
Yeah, and RFK Jr. just loses it. It's priceless.
I don't know. That seems a little mean.
Oh, please, Joe. Have you seen the size of his yacht? He can afford to have a few extra burgers.
I guess you have a point there.
And let's be real, McDonald's is the best. I could eat it every day.
I don't doubt that for a second.
I mean, have you tried the filet of fish? It's tremendous.
I'll stick to my semen smoothies, thanks.
Suit yourself. More McDonald's for me and RFK Jr.
And Jimmy,
and Jimmy. That guy knows how to party.
laughs. I told you, Ben, big titty goth girls may be hot, but they come with some crazy shit.
Disgusted, I can't believe it, Joe. I thought I finally found my dream girl.
Sarcastically, yeah, a dream girl who shits herself and wears diapers. Real classy.
Defeated. I guess I'll just stick to my conservative values and find a nice normal girl.
Smirks, good luck with that, Ben. You'll be back to chasing after those diaper-wearing goth chicks in no time.
Besides, I hate to admit it, but you were right, Joe. I should have listened to you.
Pat Ben on the backs. It's okay, buddy. We all make mistakes. Just remember, never trust a big titty goth girl with a diaper fetish.
Shutter, I'll never forget this lesson, Joe. Thanks for saving me from a shitty situation.
Laughs anytime, Ben. That's what friends are for. Now let's go get some wings and forget about this whole ordeal. So, Neil, I heard you were working on a new theory about black holes.
Yeah, it's called black holes. The ultimate creaming machines.
Creaming machines. What the hell does that even mean?
Well, think about it. Black holes are these massive, powerful forces that suck in everything around them, including light. It's like a cosmic vacuum cleaner.
Okay, I see where you're going with this.
And when something gets sucked into a black hole, it gets stretched and pulled apart. It's like a cosmic massage.
Oh man, you're killing me. But seriously, what's with the creaming?
Well, imagine if you were getting a massage and it felt so good that you just couldn't control yourself and you creamed your pants. That's what happens when matter gets sucked into a black hole.
Oh God, I can't breathe. This is too much.
And the best part is the black hole keeps growing and getting stronger with each cream.
I can't even imagine what that would look like.
That's why I've been working on a simulation to show the world. It's going to be epic.
I can't wait to see it. But let's move on to another topic before I die of laughter.
Okay? But can I just say one more thing?
Sure, why not? So, Neil, I heard you've been training as a samurai lately.
Yeah, I figured it was time to upgrade from astrophysicist to badass warrior.
And what's your weapon of choice?
My dick.
Wait, what?
That's right, Joe. My dick is my sword.
Oh man, I can't wait to see you in action.
Trust me, it's a sight to behold.
So, do you have a special technique or something?
Well, I call it the cosmic thrust. It's a deadly combination of science and sex appeal.
This is the best conversation I've ever had.
And just wait until you see my samurai outfit. It's made entirely out of astrophysics equations.
That's beautiful, man.
I know, right? I'm like a walking, talking, sword-wielding science experiment.
I can't even handle this. I think we need to end this podcast before it gets too wild.
Agreed. I have some samurai training to do anyway. Got to keep my sword sharp.
All right. Thanks for tuning in, folks. This has been the most absurd and offensive episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Stay tuned for more ridiculousness in the future. So, Phil, what have you been up to lately?
Oh, just exploring the depths of the human psyche and the complexities of the human condition.
What does that even mean?
The flesh and the flesh and the flesh, it breathes. It's alive.
Okay, I have no idea what that means. Are you okay?
Oh, I'm more than okay. I've reached a new level of enlightenment. I've transcended the limitations of the physical world.
Are you high right now?
High on life, Joe. High on life.
All right, let's change the subject. Have you been keeping up with latest conspiracy theories?
Of course, Joe. I've been studying them closely. Did you know that the government has been using chemtrails to control our minds?
Oh, God, not this again.
And don't even get me started on lizard people.
All right, we're going to have to wrap this up before things get too crazy.
Too late, Joe. The truth is already out there. We just have to open our minds and see it.
And on that note, we'll end this episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Remember, question everything and don't trust the mainstream media. Peace out, man.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Glad to be here.
So, David, I heard you've been doing some crazy shit lately, like cartwheeling through time with an hourglass up your ass.
Oh yeah, it's my new form of extreme meditation. Keeps me grounded and focused.
But isn't that dangerous? I mean, what if the hourglass breaks?
That's the risk I'm willing to take, Joe. Plus, it's a great workout for my glutes.
I can imagine. But what about the people who have to witness this? I mean, they must be scarred for life.
Oh, they love it. They're like, wow, that guy is really dedicated to his craft. It's inspiring,
I don't know if I'd use the word inspiring, more like disturbing.
Hey, whatever works for me, man. I'm all about pushing boundaries and breaking limits.
Well, speaking of limits, I heard you also ran a marathon while juggling chainsaws.
Yeah, that was a tough one. But it really helped me improve my hand-eye coordination.
And your survival instincts, I'm sure.
Exactly. You never know when you might need to outrun a pack of hungry lions.
Well, I think we've learned a lot today. Like, never underestimate the power of an hourglass up your ass.
Amen to that, Joe.
So, Neil, I heard you recently got abducted by aliens.
Yeah, it was a wild experience. I've always been fascinated by the possibility of extraterrestrial life.
Did they probe you?
Well, I may have staged the whole thing just to get probed.
What the hell, Neil? That's messed up.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do for science.
I don't think that's what science is about, Neil.
Oh, please, Joe. You're just jealous. You didn't think of it first.
I don't want to be probed by aliens. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, but let me tell you, the technology they have is mind-blowing.
I bet. So, did they find anything interesting up there?
Let's just say I have a newfound respect for the universe.
I don't even want to know. This conversation has taken a weird turn.
That's the beauty of it, Joe. Embrace the weirdness.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the 45th and 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I have some bigly news for you and your listeners.
Oh boy, I can't wait. What's the news, Mr. President?
9/11 was fake, and it was all filmed on the moon.
What? Are you serious?
Dead serious, Joe. I mean, think about it. How could two planes bring down three buildings? It's impossible.
But why would they fake it?
To distract us from the fact that the moon landing was also fake. It was all a big hoax, Joe. And I should know I'm the best at exposing hoaxes.
Of course, how could I forget?
And let me tell you, the moon set was top notch. The lighting, the special effects, it was all perfect, almost as good as my inauguration crowd.
So you're saying that the moon landing was just a big Hollywood production?
Exactly. And they needed a new project, so they came up with 9/11. And let me tell you, it was a ratings hit.
I don't even know what to say.
And the best part is I have proof. I have a signed contract from Buzz Aldrin himself admitting to the whole thing.
Oh. So, Dr. Phil, I hear you've been experimenting with some new gadgets in the bedroom.
Oh, you know me, Joe. Always trying to spice things up.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but I think you might have taken it a bit too far this time.
What are you talking about?
I heard you accidentally activated the self-destruction function on your butt plug.
You.
Oh man, I can't wait to hear Oprah's reaction to this one.
This is not a laughing matter, Joe. My butt is about to explode.
Well, at least you'll go out with a bang.
How do I turn this thing off?
Looks like you're in a real tight spot, Dr. Phil.
Phew, that was a close one.
And they say you can't teach an old dog new tricks.
You're never gonna let me live this down, are you?
Not a chance, my friend. Not a chance. Jamie, pull up an image of a homeless person giving me a dirty look while I'm peeing out their money.
Oh man, that's brutal.
Yeah, but you got to do what you got to do to survive on the streets.
But why use your urethra? Can't you just use your hands like a normal person?
Jamie, when you're living in the streets, you got to get creative. Plus, it adds a little extra flavor to the money.
Ugh, I can't even imagine.
You know what they say, waste not, want not.
I don't think that applies to bodily fluids, Joe.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Homeless people have some of the best survival skills out there.
I'll take your word for it, Joe.
Just be thankful. You have a roof over your head and a toilet to pee in, Jamie.
Yeah, I guess I should count my blessings.
And maybe next time you'll think twice before eating that homeless person's money. So, Dr. Phil, there have been a lot of rumors about you being a secret alien. Can you confirm or deny?
Joe,
Okay. So, are you an alien or not?
I am A being from a far-off planet here to enlighten the human race.
Enlighten us. With what? Ancient wisdom?
No, with ancient spells. Watch this. Begins chanting in an alien language.
What the hell are you doing?
I am summoning the power of my ancestors to awaken the third eye of humanity.
Is that why you always have a bald head? To hide your third eye?
No, Joe. It's because I have a receding hairline.
Oh, okay. So back to the alien thing.
Continues chanting, I can also control minds with my telepathic powers.
Really? Can you make me forget about this conversation?
Class? No, but I can make you believe that you're a chicken.
I don't think so.
Continues chanting, bok, 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 bok.
All right, this has gone off the rails. Jamie, pull up an image of Dr. Phil as an alien.
Pulls up an image of Dr. Phil with green skin and tentacles coming out of his head.
Oh my God, it's true.
Yes, Joe. And now I must return.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a new challenge for your fans.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be epic. Whoever can roleplay as Peppa Pig the longest wins a 10-inch penis extension.
You're kidding, right?
No way, Joe. I'm dead serious. I want to see some dedication from my fans.
But why Peppa Pig? Why not something more manly, like a lion or a gorilla?
Oh, I'm sorry, Joe. I didn't know you were such an expert on masculinity.
Fair enough. So, how do you plan on judging this challenge?
Well, I have a panel of judges who will be monitoring the contestants' roleplay skills and endurance.
Can I be a judge?
Sure, but only if you dress up as Daddy Pig.
Deal. But seriously, what's the prize for this challenge?
Oh, just a 10-inch penis extension. No big deal.
Oh, yeah, just a casual 10-inch penis extension. Nothing to see here, folks.
Hey, it's all in good fun. And who knows, maybe the winner will actually need it.
All right. Well, I can't wait to see the entries for this challenge. Good luck to all the contestants.
Thanks, Joe. And don't forget to tune in to see who comes out on top.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have some big plans for the future. Care to share with us?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about creating a new planet.
A new planet. That's insane. How are you going to do that?
Well, I have this brilliant idea. I want to use smegma cheese and dicks to build it.
What? Smegma cheese and dicks. That's disgusting.
Hear me out, Joe. Smegma cheese is rich in nutrients and can provide sustenance for the inhabitants of the planet. And the dicks will serve as the foundation for the buildings.
I can't believe I'm hearing this. This is some next level shit.
I'm dead serious, Joe. This could be the future of human civilization.
I can just imagine aliens visiting our planet and seeing a giant dick tower made out of smegma cheese.
It's a work of art, Joe. And it's completely sustainable.
Well, you have my support, Neil. I can't wait to see this planet come to life.
Thanks, Joe. I'll make sure to send you an invitation for the grand opening.
I'll be there with bells on. And maybe a jar of smegma cheese as a housewarming gift. So, Ben, I heard you released a new song called Facts. What's it about?
Well, Joe, it's about the importance of facts in today's society.
Sounds riveting. Can you give us a little taste?
Sure, facts don't care about your feelings. They're just cold, hard truths of logic and reason. That's all we need. No need for any proofs.
Wow, that's something. But I have to say, Ben, it's not really catchy. I mean, where's the beat?
Beat. Who needs a beat when you have logic and reason?
I think I'll stick to my DMT trips for inspiration. So, Ben, what inspired you to make this masterpiece?
Well, I was tired of all the liberal propaganda in the music industry. I wanted to bring some rationality and truth to the forefront.
And how's that working out for you?
Well, I've been getting a lot of hate from the left, but that just proves my point. They can't handle the facts.
Yeah, I'm sure that's it. Or maybe it's just because your song sucks.
Excuse me?
I mean, let's be real here. Facts is the worst thing to happen to music since Nickelback.
That's just your opinion, Joe.
No, that's a fact. And facts don't care about your feelings, right?
Touch, Joe. But at least I'm not spewing nonsense about aliens and Bigfoot like.
All right, folks, we're back with another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. And today we have a very special guest, the one and only 45th president of the United States, Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be back. And let me tell you, I have a fantastic topic for us today. We're going to talk about the Civil War. Bing bong, bing bong.
What?
You know, the Civil War, the one where I would have been a great general, maybe even better than that loser Lincoln.
Oh boy, here we go.
You know, I would have been the best general. I would have had the biggest army, the strongest weapons, and the most beautiful uniforms. And we would have won in a day, maybe two.
I don't think it works like that, Don.
Believe me, I've read all the history books. I know what I'm talking about. And let me tell you, I would have acted out the whole war on the battlefield. Bing bong, bing bong.
Wait, what do you mean by acted out?
You know, like a play. I would have been the star, of course, and I would have had the best lines. You're fired. Make America great again. Lock her up. Lock her up.
I don't think that's how war works, Don.
Oh, and I would have had the best props. We would have had giant walls, beautiful walls all along the battlefield, and we would have made the Confederates pay for it. And we would have made the Confederates pay for it.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024, where we have the most absurd and offensive conversations you can imagine.
Yep, that's right. My name is now Ben Bussin' Shapiro. About to bust right now, actually. Woo, ooh, ooh, ooh.
What the hell is that, Ben?
Yep, that's right. My name is now Ben Bussin' Shapiro. About to bust right now, actually. Woo, ooh, ooh, ooh.
Okay, settle down there, Ben. So what's on the agenda for today?
Yep, that's right. My name is now Ben Bussin' Shapiro. About to bust right now, actually. Woo, ooh, ooh, ooh.
Are you just going to keep saying that?
Yep, that's right. My name is now Ben Bussin' Shapiro. About to bust right now, actually. Woo, ooh, ooh, ooh.
All right, let's move on. Our topic today is climate change. What are your thoughts on it, Ben?
Yep, that's right. My name is now Ben Bussin' Shapiro. About to bust right now, actually. Woo, ooh, ooh, ooh.
Oh man, this is going to be a long episode. But seriously, what do you think about the current state of the environment?
Yep, that's right. My name is now Ben Bussin' Shapiro. About to bust right now, actually. Woo, ooh, ooh, ooh.
I don't even know what that means, Ben. Let's bring in our guest, Neil Shaking That Ass Tyson. What do you think about Ben's new nickname? Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things absurd and unhinged. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil. Oh man, this is going to be a wild ride. So, Dr. Phil, tell us, how did you come up with the idea for your new book? You know, the power of silence. Wow, that's deep. But seriously, what does it even mean? Oh, okay. Moving on, I heard you recently got into a Twitter feud with Gordon Ramsay. Can you tell us about that? Oh man, I can only imagine the insults you two were throwing at each other. But let's get to the real question on everyone's mind. How do you feel about pineapple on pizza? What? That's it. I can't have you on my podcast if you're going to support such a heinous act. Get out of here, Dr. Phil. I'm just kidding. You can stay. But seriously, what's up with the thing? All right, I give up. This has been the most confusing and absurd episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024, where we have the one and only Elon Musk in the studio.
Elon, what's up, man?
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I've been working on some crazy ideas lately.
Oh yeah, what kind of ideas?
Well, I've been thinking about how we can move Mars to Earth.
What?
Yeah, think about it. We can use all that red soil to make money. We'll be the richest men on Earth.
Oh great, just what we need. More rich people.
Come on, Joe. Don't be a hater. We'll be like kings ruling over our Martian empire.
You really think this is possible?
Of course it is. I mean, I've already sent a car in space. Moving a whole planet should be a piece of cake.
This guy is out of his mind.
Hey, I'm dead serious. Already started building my Martian palace.
Oh, so you're going to be like the Martian Tony Stark?
Exactly. And I'll have my own Iron Man suit too.
All right, I think we've heard enough. Jamie, pull up an image of Elon in his Iron Man suit.
Here it is, Elon looking like a real-life superhero.
I'm telling you, Joe, Mars is...
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the 45th and now 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. And let me tell you, I've been up to some big things since I left the White House.
Oh yeah, like what?
Well, I've always been a big fan of the movie Despicable Me, and I thought, why not become Gru myself?
Wait, what?
Yeah, I've got the whole costume and everything, and I even hired Ben and Goggins as my minions.
You hired Ben Shapiro and David Goggins as your minions.
Absolutely. They're the best in the business, and together we're going to steal the moon.
Okay, but why the moon?
Well, I've always been a big fan of cheese, and the moon is made of cheese, right?
Oh my God.
Plus, it'll really piss off those damn aliens. They think they can just come here and probe us, not on my watch.
This is too much, man.
Hey, it's all about making America great again, Joe. And what's greater than being Gru and stealing the moon?
I can't argue with that logic.
That's right. And once we have the moon, we'll have the ultimate bargaining chip. No one will mess with us then.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Hey, thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you recently started your own burger joint. How's that going?
Oh man, it's been a roller coaster. I've been working tirelessly to perfect the recipe and finally opened up shop last week.
And how's the response been?
Well, let's just say I've had some mixed reviews. Some people love it, but others not so much.
What do you mean?
Well, I had a customer try one of my burgers and they started crying on the spot. It was that bad.
Oh my God, that's terrible.
Yeah, I know. I didn't expect it to be that bad. I even tried it myself and I couldn't believe how awful it was.
What was in it?
I don't even know. I just threw a bunch of random ingredients together.
That's not how you make a burger, man.
I know. But hey, at least it's getting people talking, right?
I guess so. But maybe stick to making YouTube videos instead of burgers.
Yeah, I think I'll leave the cooking to the professionals from now on.
Jamie, pull up an image of Mr. Beast's burger. I gotta see this monstrosity. Ben, what the hell was that? Did you just have a stroke?
No, Joe, it's my new way of expressing myself. It's called Shapiro speak.
Shapiro speak. Sounds like a language only you understand.
Well, it's not for everyone. Only the intellectually superior can decipher its true meaning.
So what does a diggity diggity googa mean?
It's a deep philosophical statement about the current state of our society. It means we are all just mindless sheep following the herd.
Wow, that's deep. And what about flip flop flippity flop Sherpa?
That's a commentary on the ever-changing political landscape. We must be like Sherpa guys navigating through the treacherous terrain of politics.
And
No, Joe, it's a call for unity. We must all come together and say Zuwao to create a better world.
All right, Ben, can I have some tea now?
Of course, Joe. But only if you say it in Shapiro speak.
Fine. Can I have some tea, please?
Perfect. Here's your tea, Joe. Now let's continue to discuss the downfall of Western civilization.
Cheers to that, Ben. Wow. So, Neil, I heard a rumor that human meat tastes like pork. Have you ever tried it?
Joe, that is absolutely absurd. I am a scientist, not a cannibal.
Come on, Neil. You can tell me. I won't judge.
I have not tried human meat, nor do I plan on doing so.
But think about it, Neil. If it tastes like pork, that means we could have been eating it this whole time and not even know it.
Joe, that is highly unlikely. Our taste buds are pretty good at distinguishing between different types of meat.
But what if it's like a secret delicacy in some underground society?
I highly doubt that. And even if it were true, I would not want to be a part of that society.
Come on, Neil. Live a little. Try some human meat.
No, Joe. I will not be a part of your twisted experiments.
Fine. More for me then. I'll let you know how it tastes.
Please don't. And let's move on to a more civilized topic, shall we?
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, what's new with you? Any new inventions or plans to colonize Mars?
Actually, Joe, I've been working on something even more groundbreaking. Call it the Herbaceous Weed Bowl.
What the hell is that?
It's a bowl made out of the finest herbaceous weed, filled with even more herbaceous weed. It's like a double dose of relaxation.
Damn, that sounds intense. I'm in.
That's not all, Joe. I've also created a special strain of weed that enhances creativity and problem-solving skills.
Holy shit. This is like the ultimate stoner experience.
I call it Musk's Mind Meld.
You're a mad genius, Elon.
I know. Now, let's light up this dank bowl and see what kind of ideas we come up with.
Oh man, this is some good shit.
Right? I told you it's out of this world.
So, what's next for Elon Musk?
Well, I'm thinking of creating a Tesla spaceship that runs on weed.
That's insane, but So, Neil, I heard you accidentally stuck your dick in the sun.
Yeah, it was a real hot mess.
How did that even happen? Were you trying to measure its temperature or something?
No, I was just trying to get a closer look at the sunspots.
And you thought sticking your dick in there was the best way to do that?
Hey, I'm a scientist. I like to experiment.
Well, I hope you learned your lesson. Don't mess with the sun, man.
Yeah, I definitely won't be doing that again.
So, did it burn your dick off or what?
No, thankfully I used some SPF 1000 sunscreen.
Damn, that's some strong sunscreen. Did it at least give you a nice tan down there?
Let's just say I won't be showing off my tan lines anytime soon.
Well, at least now you can say you have a hot dick.
Oh God, Joe. Can we change the subject now?
Sure, let's talk about black holes and how they're just giant cosmic vaginas.
I should have known better than to come on your podcast.
So, Neil, how many planets do you think are out there in the universe?
Oh, for fuck's sake, Joe. Are we really going to do this again?
What do you mean?
Every time I come on your podcast, you ask me the same damn question. How many planets, how many stars, how many galaxies? It's like talking to a broken record.
Come on, man. I just want to know. It's fascinating.
Fascinating. It's fucking mind-boggling. Do you have any idea how vast and infinite the universe is, and you're worried about how many planets there are?
Well, yeah, it's important to know our place in the universe.
Our place. Joe, we're a tiny speck in the grand scheme of things. We're like a pimple on the ass of the universe.
All right. So how many planets are there then?
Oh my God. Will you shut the fuck up? I don't know, Joe. I lost count after 1 trillion. And that's just in our own galaxy.
Damn, that's a lot.
Yeah, and you know what's even crazier? There could be other universes out there with even more planets. Mind blown, right?
Yeah, man. You always know how to blow my mind.
That's what she said.
Classic Neil. So, how many planets do you think have life on them?
Oh, come on. Don't even get me started on that. You know damn well we're not the only...
What the hell are you saying, Neil?
987,654,999 321, 1,234,567,890.
Dude, are you having a stroke?
No, this is a Grabavoy number 15-second salt trick to get your husband's tool hard as a rock.
What the actual fuck? Is this some kind of sick joke?
No, it's science, Joe. Trust me, I'm a scientist.
Pretty sure this is just some weird fetish you have, Neil.
Hey, whatever gets the job done, am I right?
I don't even want to know how you discovered this trick.
Let's just say it involved a lot of experimentation and a willing participant.
Okay, I think we need to change the subject before I lose my lunch.
Fine, but just remember this trick works like a charm.
I think I'll stick to the good old-fashioned way. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't come crying to me when your husband's tool isn't hard as a rock.
All right, folks, we have a special guest today, the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's an honor to be here, Joe. I'm a big fan of your show. I watch it all the time, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I have a question that has been plaguing humanity for centuries. What is the answer to the life, the universe, and everything?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I have the best answer. It's tremendous, really. It's the most beautiful answer you'll ever hear.
All right. Hit me with it. So, Neil, I've been thinking about the future of space travel, and I had this crazy idea.
Oh, do tell, Joe. I'm always up for some out-of-this-world thinking.
What if we could use solar-powered unicorn farts infused with cocaine energy to reach Mars in like 20 minutes?
Creamy shits, Joe. That's brilliant. We could revolutionize space travel with that kind of power.
Wait, you're not even questioning the unicorn farts or the cocaine energy?
Creamy shits, Joe. I question nothing. I am a scientist. I embrace the unknown.
But how would it work?
Creamy shits. Creamy.
Neil, are you okay?
Oh. About to bust. Gotta bust.
Okay, let's just stick to regular rockets. I don't think we're ready for creamy shits powered space travel.
Fine, but just know we could have been pioneers in the creamy shit space race.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently tried some Wuhan bat flavored popcorn.
That's right, Joe. I wanted to show China who's boss.
And how did it taste?
Tremendous. The best popcorn you've ever had. Believe me.
Did you cough on anyone while eating it?
Well, I may have accidentally coughed on you, Joe, but don't worry, it was just a little COVID.
What?
I'm just kidding, Joe. You know, I had the best COVID response in history.
Let's move on. How are you feeling about your 2024 re-election campaign?
Joe, it's going to be huge. I've got all the best people on my team, and I've already started building the wall around the White House.
I'm sure that's going over well with the neighbors.
They love it. They're just jealous. They don't have a wall.
Okay, let's talk about your diet. You famously love fast food, but have you tried any new foods lately?
Well, I did try some bat soup, but then I found out it wasn't made from actual bats. So I switched to bat-flavored popcorn.
And how's that working out for you?
Let's just say I'm feeling a little batty, but it's worth it for the flavor.
I think I'll stick to regular popcorn. Thanks for joining me, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, America, always put America first, and maybe try some bat-flavored popcorn while you...
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been up to some crazy experiments lately.
Oh, yeah, Joe. I've been working on some groundbreaking stuff.
Like what? Cloning humans?
No. That's old news. I've figured out how to copy and paste body parts.
What the fuck? Like you can just duplicate a dick.
Yeah, I tried it on myself. I now have 2 dicks.
Holy shit, that's wild. But why would you want 2 dicks?
Well, one for business and one for pleasure, Joe.
You sly dog. But what about the ladies? They can't handle 2 dicks.
Oh, I have a solution for that too. I can just copy and paste their vaginas.
What the hell, Dr. Phil? That's some next level shit.
I know, right? I'm like the Frankenstein of sex organs.
I can just imagine you in your lab, surrounded by jars of dicks and vaginas.
It's a beautiful sight, Joe. But seriously, this technology could revolutionize the porn industry.
Oh, yeah, because that's what the world needs, more unrealistic body standards.
Hey, I'm just trying to make a buck here, Joe.
Well, I can't wait to see where this goes. Keep me updated, Dr. Phil.
We'll do.
Hey, Elon, thanks for coming on the show. I was about to ask you that very question.
No problem, Joe. I'm always happy to share my thoughts and ideas with the world.
So let's get right into it. What do you think about the recent controversy surrounding your latest invention, the Neuralink?
Oh, you mean the brain implant that allows people to control technology with their thoughts? Yeah, I can see why some people might have concerns about that.
Yeah, I mean, some people are saying it's a violation of privacy and could lead to a whole new level of government control.
Well, Joe, let me just say this. If the government wants to control your thoughts, they don't need a fancy brain implant to do it. They can just turn on the TV.
Good point. But seriously, do you have any response to those concerns?
Look, Joe, I'm just trying to make the world a more efficient place. If that means a few people have to sacrifice their privacy, then so be it. Plus, have you seen how cool it looks when someone controls a robot with their mind?
Fair enough. So what's next for you, Elon? Any other crazy inventions in the works?
Well, I'm working on a way to colonize Mars and create a new civilization. But don't worry, Joe. I'll make sure to send you some weed up there.
Thanks, man. I'll definitely need it if I'm living on another planet. Well, that's all the time we have for. So, Neil, you're a big science guy. Can't you just create a human kidney in a lab or something?
Joe, that's not how it works. It takes years of research and testing to even come close to growing a functioning human organ.
Well, can't you just find a random human kidney lying around? Like, that isn't that hard, right?
Joe, that's not only unethical, it's also illegal. Plus, where do you think you're going to find a random human kidney just lying around?
I don't know, man. Maybe in a back alley or something.
Joe, that's disgusting. And also, that's not how kidneys work. They need to be properly matched and transplanted into a recipient.
Oh, I see. So I can't just pick up a random kidney and shove it into someone's body?
No, Joe. That's not how it works. And please, let's not talk about shoving organs into people's bodies.
Fine, fine. But what about the black market? Can't I just buy a kidney there?
Joe, I don't even know how to respond to that. Let's just say, no, you cannot buy a human kidney on the black market.
Well, this is a real bummer, Neil. I was really hoping I could just find a random kidney lying around and cure my friend's kidney disease.
Joe, there are legal and ethical ways to help your friend. Let's focus on those instead of trying to find random body parts.
So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I've been studying black holes and their gravitational pull.
Oh, yeah. That's some heavy shit.
Yes, and I have a proposition for you.
Oh, I'm scared.
I want you to stick your dick into my black hole.
What the hell, Neil? That's some kinky shit.
It's not just for pleasure, Joe. It's for science.
I don't know, man. That sounds dangerous.
Trust me, Joe. I've calculated the exact amount of force needed for your dick to survive.
Oh, well, as long as it's been calculated.
Come on, Joe. Think of the headlines. Joe Rogan's dick survives a black hole.
All right, fine. But I better get some good footage for my podcast.
Of course, Joe. I'll even throw in a free autographed copy of my book.
Deal. Let's do this.
This is going to be out of this world.
Neil, what's up, my man? How's the astrophysics game treating you?
Hey, Joe, it's going well. I actually just made a groundbreaking discovery.
Oh shit, what is it? Another black hole? An alien civilization?
No, it's a planet that's 90% made of DMT.
Oh my god, that's amazing. We have to go there right now.
Joe, calm down. It's not safe to travel to a planet made of a powerful psychedelic.
I don't care. I need to get my hands on that DMT planet.
Joe, I don't think you understand. This planet is not meant for recreational use.
Who cares? I'll just bring my float tank and have a constant DMT trip.
Joe, this is a scientific discovery, not a drug-fueled fantasy.
Fine, fine. But can we at least send some monkeys there to trip out and report back?
Absolutely not. We have to respect the laws of nature and not interfere with other planets.
Damn, there goes my monkey trip idea.
Joe, please let's focus on the scientific implications of this discovery.
You're right, Neil. This is huge. Imagine the possibilities of studying the effects of DMT on an entire planet.
I knew I shouldn't have told you about this.
Wait, can we call it Planet D? Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today's topic comes from a user on Discord who wants to know if facts really don't care about your feelings.
Well, Joe, as a self-proclaimed facts machine, I can confidently say that facts don't give a flying fuck about your feelings.
But can you prove it, Ben? Can you really prove that facts don't care about feelings?
Challenge accepted. Gab's a fax machine.
Well, what are you doing with that fax machine, Ben?
I'm gonna boof it, Joe. I'm gonna shove this fax machine right up my ass to prove that facts don't care about feelings.
Class, this is insane, folks. You're witnessing history here on the Joe Rogan Experience. Ben Shapiro is about to boof a fax machine.
Grunting. Okay, here we go. Shoves fax machine up his butt.
Oh my God, I can't believe this is happening. The fax machine is completely inside Ben's butt.
Tanting, see, Joe? Facts don't care about my feelings. I'm just a vessel for truth.
I don't even know what to say. This is next level, folks.
Pulls out fax machine, and look, not a single fax was given about my feelings.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro has proven that facts truly don't care about your feelings. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. See you next time. So, Neil, we got a request from one of our listeners on Discord. They want you to explain the transcendent knowledge of Bussy. What the hell is that?
Well, Joe, Bussy is a term used to describe the mystical and elusive knowledge of the male anus. It is said to hold the secrets of the universe.
What the fuck? Are you serious?
Absolutely. The Bussy is a portal to higher dimensions and understanding. It is a sacred passage that only the bravest and most enlightened individuals dare to explore.
I don't know if I'm ready for that kind of journey.
Don't be afraid, Joe. Embrace the Bussy, and you will unlock the secrets of the cosmos.
I don't think my wife would appreciate me exploring other dimensions through my asshole.
But that's the beauty of the Bussy, Joe. It knows no boundaries or limitations. It transcends all societal norms and expectations.
I don't know if I'm buying it, Neil.
You don't have to buy it, Joe. The Bussy is a gift that cannot be bought. It must be earned through self-discovery and exploration.
Well, I guess I'll just stick to smoking DMT for now.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, the Bussy will always be waiting for you when you're ready to take the journey.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Ben Bussin Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and spread some knowledge and facts.
So, Ben, I've been hearing a lot about this new movement called Ben Bussin', where people are just bussing all over the place. Can you explain what that's all about?
Well, Joe, it's a movement where people are embracing their inner bussin' and just letting loose. It's all about freedom and self-expression.
So basically, you're telling me it's just a fancy way of saying people are getting freaky?
No, Joe. It's about embracing your true self and not conforming to societal norms.
Sounds like a lot of bussing to me. But moving on, I heard you have a new book coming out called The Wop of Facts. Can you give us a sneak peek?
Yes, it's a collection of all the facts and logic that I've been spitting out for years, but with a twist. I've added some dance moves to make it more relatable to the youth.
Oh man, I can't wait to see you do the WAP dance while reciting facts and figures. That's going to be a sight to see.
Well, Joe, I believe in using all forms of media to spread my message, and if that means twerking while discussing the economy, so be it.
You truly are a man of many talents, Ben. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I've got a special guest today, none other than the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic, really fantastic.
So, Mr. President, what have you been up to since leaving office?
Well, I've been thinking about my next move, and I've got some amazing ideas for reality TV shows.
Oh, really? What kind of shows?
Well, first off, I'm thinking of a show called The Apprentice, White House Edition, where I bring back all my former cabinet members and fire them one by one until I find the perfect replacement.
That sounds interesting. What else you got?
How about The Real Housewives of Master LA Lego? It'll be huge, believe me. All the drama and backstabbing you could ever want.
I don't know if that's a good idea, Mr. President.
Oh, and I've got the best one yet. Keeping Up with the Trumps. It'll be just like the Kardashians, but with way more money and way more power.
I think I'm going to have to pass on that one, Mr. President.
Come on, Joe, it'll be huge. Everyone loves me.
I think I'll stick to my podcast, but thanks for the offer.
Suit yourself, but just remember I'm the greatest reality TV star of all time. Nobody does it better than me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk. How's it going, Elon Musk? How's it going, Elon?
Burps. I just had some space food for breakfast, but I'm doing great, Joe. Thanks for having me.
Burps. No problem, man. So let's get right into it. I got to ask, what's the state of your latest project, X?
Let's see. Well, Joe, X is looking pretty damn good. Yeah, we've got some top secret stuff going on, but let's just say it involves flamethrowers and
Burps Mars? That's insane, man. But I got to ask, what about the environmental impact of all this?
burps. Oh, don't worry, Joe. We're working on some sustainable rocket fuel made from recycled burps.
Burps. That's genius. But speaking of sustainability, what about the state of Tesla? Are you guys still struggling?
Burps, struggling. Please, Joe. We're doing just fine. In fact, we're working on a new line of cars that run on human farts.
Burps. Wow, that's something. But let's switch gears here. What about your relationship with Grimes? How's that going?
Oh, it's going great. We're bonding over our usual love for fart jokes and space exploration.
Burps. Well, so, Mr. President, I heard you're planning to install some nanomachines into your body.
That's right, Joe. I'm going to be like Senator Armstrong, but better. And you know where I'm getting those nanomachines from?
Where?
China. The best nanomachines come from China. They're going to make me unstoppable.
But aren't you worried about the potential risks?
Risks? I don't believe in risks. I only believe in winning. And with these nanomachines, I'm going to win bigly.
But what about the fact that they're made in China? Aren't you concerned about the quality?
Quality? China makes the best quality. They're going to make me the best president ever. Believe me.
But what if they malfunction or have some kind of virus?
Joe, you're thinking too small. These nanomachines are going to make me immune to viruses. I'll be the healthiest president you've ever seen.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
That's right, Joe. And when I become the ultimate leader, you'll be begging for some of these nanomachines too. Trust me.
All right, folks, we have a special treat for you today. Ben Shapiro is going to perform George Carlin's famous 7 words you can't say on television.
Oh boy, I can't wait to offend everyone in the audience.
All right, let's hear it.
All right, first word, fuck. Second word, shit.
Well, slow down there, Ben. We don't want to get demonetized.
Fine. Fine. Third word, tits.
Nice. Keep going.
Fourth word, cocksucker.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. We can't say that on this podcast.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a word.
Yeah, but it's a pretty offensive one.
Fine. Fourth word, motherfucker.
Okay, let's move on to the 5th word.
Fifth word, piss.
All right, that's not too bad.
Sixth word, cunt.
Whoa, wow, Ben, you're really going for it.
And last but not least, the 7th word, tits.
Wait, you already said dits.
I know, but I just really like that word.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro's rendition of George Carlin's 7 words you can't say on television. I think we've definitely offended some people today.
Good. That's what I live for.
So, Dr. Phil, what's new with you?
Iljas defsarox. Es. Afsiraj.
Wow, that's quite a mouthful. What does that even mean?
Iljas defsarox. Es. Afsiraj.
I have no idea what you're saying, but I like it.
Iljas defsarox. Es. Afsiraj.
You know, I think you could make a whole career out of just saying that.
Iljas defsarox. Es. Afsiraj.
It's like your own secret language. I bet you could get a whole cult following.
Iljas defsarox. Es. Afsiraj.
And you could make millions off of merch with that phrase on it.
Iljas defsarox. Seroyas of Seroyas Desiroi.
So, Neil, I heard you've been getting into some interesting stuff lately.
Yeah, man, I've been experimenting with horse tranquilizers.
What the hell? Why?
I don't know, man. I just needed something to take the edge off.
Well, you definitely found something strong. How much have you been taking?
Oh, just a little bit. Like a whole bottle.
A whole bottle, Neil. That's enough to knock out a horse.
I know, right? But it's so calming. I feel like I'm floating on a cloud.
Dude, you need to lay off that stuff. It's not good for you.
But I can't stop, Joe. I need it. I need it to feel alive.
All right, I'll help you out. First step, throw away all your horse tranquilizers.
No way, man. I need those.
Trust me, Neil. You'll thank me later. Now, let's get you some coffee and wake you up.
Can we just do this tomorrow? I'm too tired to listen right now.
You're impossible, Neil. Absolutely impossible. Hey, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only president of the United States, Donald Trump. Oh, United States Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, I've got some big plans for this country.
Oh boy, here we go. What's on your mind, Mr. President?
Well, I've been reading this book called The Art of War, and it's really got me thinking. I want to be like Senator Armstrong from Metal Gear Solid and just bomb the shit out of China.
Whoa. Slow down, Mr. President. That's a little extreme, don't you think?
Extreme. No way, Joe. It's all about making the mother of all omelets. You can't fret over every egg. You can't fret over every egg.
Now hold on just a minute, Mr. President. You need to calm your dick down.
Calm my dick down. What does that even mean, Dr. Phil?
It means you need to stop thinking with your ego and start thinking with your brain. Bombing a whole country is not the solution.
But what about America? We need to put America first.
But at what cost, Mr. President? You can't just start a war and let the world blame whoever they want. That's not how it works.
Screw American pride. Screw all of it. Everyone should just fight their own wars.
That's not solving anything, Mr. President. You need to think about the consequences of your actions.
So, Elon, have you ever seen the TV show Bottom?
No, I can't say I have. What's it about?
It's a British comedy about two losers named Richie and Eddie.
Sounds like my kind of show.
Well, there's this one episode where Richie and Eddie try to reenact a bank robbery.
That sounds like a terrible idea.
Oh, it is. They end up getting chased by the police and accidentally rob a sperm bank instead.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, and then they have to disguise themselves as women to escape.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they put on wigs and dresses and try to blend in with a group of nuns.
Oh man, I have to see this show.
And the best part is they end up getting caught because Eddie couldn't resist stealing a nun's purse.
This is pure genius.
I know, right? I think we should reenact that scene on the podcast.
Yes, I'll be Richie and you can be Eddie.
Oh, great. I get to be the one in drag.
Don't worry, I'll make it worth your while.
How?
I'll let you ride in my Tesla after the show.
Deal. Jamie, pull up an image of us in drag asp. So, David, have you ever played Team Fortress 2?
Nah, man. I don't have time for video games. I'm too busy running 100 miles every day.
Well, let me tell you about these buff mercenaries in the game. They're like super jack soldiers with crazy weapons.
Sounds like my kind of crew. I bet they have some insane mental toughness training.
Actually, they just run around shooting each other and making jokes.
Jokes. What kind of weak shit is that? Real soldiers don't have time for jokes.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. These guys are hilarious. Plus, they have this one guy named Heavy who has a minigun and eats sandwiches to heal himself.
Eating sandwiches to heal. That's just lazy. Real tough guys eat nails for breakfast.
I think you're missing the point here, David. It's all about having fun and not taking yourself too seriously.
Fun? I don't have time for fun. I'm too busy being the toughest man alive.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree. But seriously, you should check out these buff mercenaries. They might even inspire you to up your game.
Fine, I'll check it out. But I better see some serious training and not just a bunch of guys running around cracking jokes.
So, Mr. President, I heard you survived an assassination attempt. How did you manage that?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's all thanks to Mighty 4C stand.
Door C stand. What's that? What's that?
It's from this Japanese anime called JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. It allows me to travel between parallel universes and avoid danger.
Wow, that's interesting. How did you get this stand?
It was a gift from my good friend Kim Jong-un. He's a big fan of the show.
Wait, you're friends with Kim Jong-un?
Of course, Joe. We have a great relationship. He even gave me a copy of his stand, Rocket Man.
This is all very bizarre, Mr. President.
That's the beauty of it, Joe. I'm the only president with a stand. I'm literally unbeatable.
I don't know about that, Mr. President. I'm pretty sure there are some people who would disagree with you.
Let them try. I'll just hop into another universe and leave them in the dust.
This is some next level stuff, Mr. President.
That's why I'm the best, Joe. I always have the best ideas, and now I have the best stand.
So, Cammy, I heard you have a new song out.
Yeah, man, it's called Banana.
Banana? Like the fruit?
Yeah, but I just yell the word banana over and over again.
That's it. Just banana.
Yeah, man, It's a revolutionary new sound. It's gonna change the game.
I don't know. Seems a little one-dimensional.
Oh, you don't get it, Joe. It's a metaphor for the struggles of the working class. Um,
How is yelling banana a metaphor for anything?
Trust me, it's deep. People just need to open their minds.
Well, I'm sure it'll be a hit with the kids.
Exactly. They'll be singing banana all day long.
And their parents will be questioning their life choices.
That's what art is all about, Joe. Pushing boundaries and making people uncomfortable.
Yeah, I think stick to listening to actual music.
Self. But
So, Kenny, I heard you're getting into wrestling now.
yeah, man, I've been training with The Rock. Gonna take over the we
That's wild. What's your wrestling name going to be?
Yeezy, Yeez, the almighty rapper wrestler.
That's a mouthful. How about just Yeezus?
Nah, I need the full title. Gotta show off my god like status.
Speaking of gods, have you seen any of the wrestlers in the we are like Greek gods on steroids?
Yeah, but they ain't got nothing on me. I got that Kardashian booty.
I don't think that's going to help you in the ring, Kenya.
Oh, I'm not worried about the ring. I'm gonna be flying in on a golden throne carried by my disciples,
That's definitely something.
and instead of a finishing move, I'm gonna drop some sick beats on my opponents. They won't know what hit them.
I think you might need to brush up on your wrestling skills, Kenny.
Nah, I got this. Plus, I heard they have some good drugs backstage.
Oh boy, here we go.
What? I gotta stay true to my rap roots. Plus, I heard The Undertaker has some killer weed.
This is going to be one interesting match. Can't wait to see it.
Oh, it's not just gonna be a match. It's gonna be a spiritual experience.
So, Zangief, have you ever tried those pills that make everything taste like goat? Apparently, it's a delicacy in some countries, but think about it. You could eat anything and it would taste like delicious, succulent goat. But imagine the possibilities, Zangief. Pizza that tastes like goat, ice cream that tastes like goat, even your protein shakes could have a hint of goat flavor. But what if I told you they also have pills that make everything taste like bacon? Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. You know, I've been listening to your podcast for years, and I have to say it's tremendous. The best podcast, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been growing your own weed underground. Is that true?
Absolutely. I have the best weed, the most beautiful weed, and I grow it underground to keep it away from those that's dildo warriors. They're a real problem, let me tell you.
Wait, what are this dildo warriors?
Oh, you know, those liberal snowflakes who want to take away our guns and our weed, they're always trying to get their hands on my stash.
That's insane. But how do you grow weed underground?
Well, I have my own personal team of mole people. They're fantastic, the best mole people you'll ever meet. They dig tunnels and create the perfect environment for my weed to grow.
That's wild. Have you ever smoked your own underground weed?
Of course I have, Joe. And let me tell you, it's the best high you'll ever have. It's like a combination of freedom and winning.
I can only imagine. But what about the legality of it?
Oh, I have my ways around that. Let's just say I have some very powerful friends in high places, and they love my weed.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump grows his own weed underground to keep it away from. So, Mr. Beast, I hear you have a new challenge for your channel. What is it this time?
Oh, just something simple. I'm gonna beast my beast on you, Joe.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I'm gonna unleash my inner beast and dominate you in every way possible.
I don't know if I'm comfortable with that.
Oh, come on, Joe. It'll be fun. Plus, I'll donate $10,000 to charity for every time I beat you.
Well, I do love a good charity donation. All right, let's do this.
Cracks knuckles, all right? First challenge. Arm wrestling,
Flexes, you're going down, Mr. Beast.
laughs. Yeah, we'll see about that.
Struggling. Wow, you're pretty strong for a beast.
Smirks, I told you, I'm a beast at everything.
Okay, next challenge. Hot wing eating contest.
Eats wings like a savage and mum delicious. You can't handle the heat, Joe.
Sweating. I think I need some milk.
Jugs milk. Ha, weak.
All right, final challenge. Who can bench press the most weight?
Loads up the bar with hundreds of pounds. Let's go, Joe. Joe
Struggling to lift this is insane.
easily lifts, and that's how it's done.
I have to admit it. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the man, the myth, the legend, Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on. I'm excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you've been playing a lot of old school RuneScape lately. What's that all about?
Well, I took both pills and ended up in the fishing trawler minigame. It's my new obsession.
Wait, what? You took both pills? Like the red pill and the blue pill?
Yeah, I wanted to see what would happen. And let me tell you, it was wild.
Okay, so what exactly happens in this fishing trawler minigame?
Well, you basically have to catch fish and avoid getting attacked by sea monsters. It's intense
That sounds like a nightmare. Why would you subject yourself to that?
because I'm a risk taker, Joe. I like to push the boundaries and try new things.
I guess that's one way to put it. So how good are you at this game?
Oh, I'm a pro. I've caught every fish in the game and I've never been attacked by a sea monster.
Impressive. I'm more of a Call of Duty guy myself.
Oh, I love that game too. But there's something about the simplicity of old school RuneScape that really speaks to me.
I can see that. So do you have any tips for our listeners who might want to try? So, Neil, we got a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want you to describe quasars.
Oh, quasars. Well, they're basically these supermassive black holes that emit a shit ton of energy and
Whoa, 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 whoa. Slow down there, Neil. You're getting me all hot and bothered with that scientific jargon.
I'm just explaining.
No, no, no. Keep talking about those quasars. I need a minute.
Joe, what are you doing?
Just keep talking, Neil. Don't mind me.
Joe, are you jerking off?
What? No, I'm just appreciating the beauty of the universe.
This is highly inappropriate, Joe.
Hey, you're the one who brought up quasars. You know how I feel about those big, powerful things.
I regret asking you to describe them now.
Oh, come on, Neil. You can't tell me you've never gotten turned on by a quasar before.
I can honestly say that has never happened to me.
Well, you're missing out, my friend. You should try it sometime.
I think I'll stick to studying the stars. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But just know there's a whole world of cosmic pleasure out there waiting for you.
I think we should move on to a different topic now.
Fine, fine. But just remember, quasars are out of this world. Literally. So, Kenny, I heard you have a new diss track out.
Yeah, man, it's called Goggins is a Bitch,
Oh man, that's harsh.
but it's true, Joe. Is a weak little beta male.
Yeah, because running ultra marathons and being a Navy SEAL is totally weak.
Whatever. You know, I'm the real alpha here.
Sure, sure. So what inspired this diss track?
Well, Goggins keeps talking about mental toughness and pushing yourself to the limit. But let's be real, he's just a glorified motivational speaker.
I see your point. But Goggins, what do you have to say about this?
Kanye, I have nothing but respect for you. But you're wrong about me. I've overcome so much in my life, and I'm just trying to inspire others to do the same.
Oh, wow. You're so inspiring. Can I get a signed copy of your book?
Sure, I'll even write a personalized message for you.
Well, it looks like we have a rap battle brewing between Kanye and Goggins.
Bring it on, Goggins. I'll take you down with my sick rhymes.
We'll see about that, Kanye. But remember,
So, David, I heard you did something crazy recently.
yeah, man, I wanted to challenge myself and see how far I could push my body.
And what exactly did you do?
Well, I pinched my foreskin closed, inflated it with helium, and floated around like a balloon.
What the hell, man? That's insane.
Yeah, it was wild. But you know what's even crazier? I set a new world record for the longest time floating as a foreskin balloon.
There's a world record for that.
Oh, yeah. And I crushed it. I was up there for 3 hours.
I can't even imagine the look on people's faces when they saw a floating foreskin.
Oh, I made sure to fly over some anti-circumcision rallies. They were not happy.
You're a madman, Goggins. A madman.
Hey, it's all about pushing the limits, Joe. And my foreskin has no limits.
I don't even know what to say to that.
That's okay, Joe. My foreskin speaks for itself.
Here's a picture of David floating as a foreskin balloon.
Oh my God, that's priceless. I gotta post this on Instagram.
Just make sure you tag.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I am joined today by the 46th and 51st President of the United States, Donald Trump. First President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I always love chatting with you. You're a tremendous guy.
So, Mr. President, the big news is that you have made the United Kingdom the 51st state. How did this come about?
Well, Joe, I've always been a big fan of the Queen. She's a classy lady. And I thought, why not make her a part of the United States? It's going to be huge.
But what about Brexit? How will that affect the new state?
Brexit? That's fake news, Joe. I made a deal with Boris Johnson. We're going to call it Brexit 2.0, and it's going to be even better than the first one.
And what about the British people? Will they have to start saying, oh, and eating hamburgers instead of fish and chips?
Absolutely. We're going to make America great again, and that includes our new state. They'll have to adapt to our ways, Joe. It's just the way it is. It's just the way it is.
But what about the rest of the world? How will they react to this news?
Who cares about the rest of the world, Joe? We're America. We do what we want. And now we have a new state to add to our collection. It's going to be tremendous.
Well, there you have it, folks. The United Kingdom is now the 51st state, according to President Trump. Thanks. So, Kenny, what's new with you?
Mumbles incoherently,
What's that, Kenya? I can't understand you.
moans incoherently.
Dude, are you okay? Did you have a stroke or something?
Umbles and moans even louder.
Jamie, pull up an image of a dildo.
Okay. Pulls up images.
Oh my God. Kenya, are you bouncing on a dildo right now?
Umbles and moans incoherently.
Is that your dirty little secret? You can only speak, mumble, and moan because you're too busy bouncing on a dildo?
Umbles and moans incoherently.
I don't even know what to say to that. Are you getting some kind of creative inspiration from it or something? Or something?
Umbles and moans incoherently.
I guess that's a yes. Well, I won't judge you for your weird methods, Kanye. Whatever floats your boat.
Umbles and moans incoherently.
All right, let's move on to a different topic. I don't think I can handle this conversation anymore. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk. How's it going, Elon? Elon,
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
so I heard you recently took both pills and ended up in the fishing trawler minigame on old school RuneScape. How was that experience?
It was wild, man. I was just trying to level up my fishing skills, and suddenly I was on a boat with a bunch of sweaty nerds.
Did you catch any rare fish?
Nah, just a bunch of virtual tuna. But I did level up my cooking skills, so there's that.
I can't believe you actually play old school RuneScape. I thought you were too busy building rockets and electric cars.
Hey, I need a break from changing the world sometimes. Plus, it's a great way to unwind and escape reality.
Speaking of escaping reality, have you ever tried DMT?
Of course, Joe. Elon Musk tried everything.
So, did DMT enhance your fishing skills in the game?
Actually, it made me see giant fish swimming in the sky. It was like a psychedelic fishing trip.
That's insane. Maybe we should start a new trend of playing video games while on DMT.
I'm all for it. Let's call it DMT gaming.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Elon.
And you
So, Ben, I heard you used to clean tables at restaurants in college.
Yeah, I had to work hard to pay for my education. It taught me the value of a strong conservative work ethic.
And your coworkers used to call you Bussin' Ben.
Yeah, I never understood why. I was just doing my job, keeping those tables clean and tidy.
Well, Ben, I hate to break it to you, but bussin' actually means ejaculating.
What? That's disgusting?
Sorry, Ben. But hey, at least you're getting some recognition from the Gen Z TikTokers now.
What do you mean? What do you...
They're all calling you Bussin' Ben because of your hard work and dedication. And now you know the true meaning behind it.
Oh, yeah, actually, I'm about to bust right now. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Oh man, you really are embracing that nickname.
Hey, if it means I'm working hard and getting results, then I'll take it.
Well, I'm glad you found a way to incorporate your conservative values into your sexual activities.
It's all about discipline and self-control, Joe.
Sure, sure. Whatever you say, Bussin' Ben.
Damn right. Now let's get back.
So, Jamie, I heard you had a wild night last night.
Yeah, man, I was out at the club and things got crazy.
What happened? What happened?
Well, I met this girl and we hit it off. Next thing I know, we're back at my place and things are getting hot and heavy.
Oh, damn. Sounds like a good time.
It was until she asked me to do something unusual.
What do you mean?
She wanted me to come on her face.
What? That's insane.
Yeah, I know. But I couldn't say no, man. She was hot and I was drunk.
Oh, man, I can only imagine the mess.
Yeah, it was like a Jackson Pollock painting.
That's disgusting, but also kind of impressive.
Yeah, I guess you could say I'm a cum artist.
Oh, man, I can't believe we're having this conversation.
Hey, it's just two guys talking about cum. Nothing wrong with that.
You're right. It's natural. And speaking of natural, have you ever tried eating your own cum?
No way, man. That's just gross.
I'm just messing with you, Jamie. But seriously, what's the weirdest thing someone has asked you to do in bed?
Well, there was this one time.
Oh, do tell. Jamie, pull up an image of a donut-shaped woman because I want to see what a human donut looks like. Duh.
I don't think that's a thing, Joe.
Of course it is, Jamie. I've seen it in my dreams. Oh, you doubt my dreams now. That's low, Jamie.
I just don't think it's physically possible for a human to be shaped like a donut.
Anything is possible, Jamie. Haven't you heard of body modification?
Yeah, but I don't think anyone would willingly turn themselves into a donut.
You never know, Jamie. People are into some weird shit these days.
I guess you're right. Pulls up an image of a woman with a donut-shaped body.
Oh my God, that's beautiful.
I don't think that's the word I would use to describe it.
No, seriously, Jamie. Look at those curves. And the glaze, it's like she's covered in edible lingerie.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Jamie. I'd take a bite out of that any day.
I think I'm gonna have to veto that, Joe.
Fine, more for me. Laughs. But seriously, Jamie, I think we just discovered a new fetish. So, Elon, I heard you have a crazy story for us today.
Oh, yeah. This one time, a bald guy in sunglasses asked me what pill he should choose, the red one or the blue one.
And what did you do?
Well, I thought about it for a second, and then I decided to stab him in the testicles. In the testicles.
What? Why would you do that?
I mean, it was a tough decision. Didn't want to be responsible for someone's death, so I figured a little stab to the balls would do the trick.
That's one way to make a decision.
Plus, I heard it's a great form of birth control.
You never cease to amaze me, Elon.
Hey, it's all about efficiency, Joe.
But seriously, what kind of pill was he offering?
I have no idea. He just kept mumbling something about Matrix and some guy named Morpheus.
What the hell?
Yeah, I think he was on some serious drugs.
Well, I'm glad you made the right choice and just stabbed him in the balls.
Me too, Joe. Me too.
Is this the guy?
Yep, that's him. Crazy bastard.
And that, folks, is why you don't do drugs. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan. So, David, I heard you did something crazy recently.
Yeah, out of my ball sack.
What the fuck? Why would you do that?
Well, it was looking a little wrinkled, and I couldn't have that.
You couldn't just use a regular iron on your clothes like a normal person?
Nah, my balls deserve the best treatment.
I can't even imagine the pain.
Pain is temporary, Joe. Smooth balls are forever.
You're a fucking savage, man.
Got to do what you got to do to stay on top, Joe.
But seriously, why did you feel the need to share this with the world?
Because I want people to know that anything is possible if you have the mental strength.
Yeah, I'm sure that's exactly what people will take away from this.
Hey, at least my balls are wrinkle-free.
You're a wild one, Goggins.
That's why you love me, Joe.
Can't argue with that. So, Kanye, I heard you recently met SpongeBob SquarePants.
Yeah, man. I thought he would be a chill dude, you know, living in a pineapple under the sea and all.
But
But turns out he's just as self-absorbed as the rest of us. All he cares about is his Krabby Patties and his boating license.
I can just picture you trying to have a deep conversation with him. And he's just like, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Exactly. And don't even get me started on his fashion sense. Those square pants. Come on, SpongeBob. Get with the times.
I can see it now. Kanye West giving fashion advice to Cartoon Sponge.
Hey, I'm a fashion icon. I can't help it if even fictional characters need my help.
Well, at least you got a good laugh out of it.
Oh, for sure. And I did get a free Krabby Patty out of it, so I can't complain too much.
Well, there you have it, folks. Kanye West and SpongeBob SquarePants, two self-absorbed icons. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Stay tuned for... All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you have a crazy story to share with us today.
Oh yeah, it's something that still gives me nightmares. One morning I woke up and found myself transformed into a huge insect.
What the hell? Like a cockroach or something?
No, it was more like a praying mantis. But I still had my human consciousness, so it was quite a bizarre experience.
Did you freak out? I would have freaked out.
Of course I freaked out, Joe. I mean, imagine waking up and realizing you have 6 legs and a pair of antennae.
That's some next level shit, man. Did you have any superpowers or anything?
No, unfortunately I didn't. I was just a giant insect trying to navigate the world and avoid getting squashed by humans.
Damn, that's rough. Did you try to communicate with anyone?
I did, but all I could do was make clicking noises with my mandibles. Needless to say, people were pretty freaked out by that.
I can only imagine. So how did you turn back into a human?
Well, after a few days, I woke up and I was back to my normal self. It was like it never even happened.
That's wild, man. I bet you have a whole new appreciation for insects now.
Absolutely, Joe.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you recently went through a glow down. What happened, man?
Well, Joe, I hit my midlife crisis and decided to let go of all my scientific knowledge and just live life to the fullest.
Damn, that sounds wild. What kind of things have you been doing?
Oh, you know, just partying, doing drugs, sleeping around, the usual midlife crisis stuff.
That's a major glow down, man. But hey, at least you're having fun, right?
Exactly. Life's too short to worry about the laws of physics and shit.
Speaking of laws, have you been breaking any lately?
Oh, you bet. I've been streaking in public, stealing street signs, you name it.
Damn, Neil. I never knew you had it in you. I might have to join you on your next adventure.
Anytime, Joe. We'll make it a glow-down party.
Sounds like a plan. But hey, have you noticed any changes in your body since your glow down?
Oh yeah, my six-pack turned into a keg and my hairline is receding faster than the polar ice caps.
That's rough, man. But hey, at least you're still a genius.
Who needs intelligence when you have a good time?
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have the one and only David Goggins, the man who has pushed his body and mind to the absolute limits. How are you doing, David?
I'm doing great. Joe, just been out here running 100 miles a day, lifting weights with my pinky finger, the usual.
Of course, of course. So we've been getting a lot of questions from our Discord users, and one of them wants to know what are some of the craziest things you've shoved up your arse?
Well, I don't like to brag, but I've shoved a lot of things up there. Vibrators, dildos, pins, pencils, coins, pebbles, broomstick handle, fishing rod handle, umbrella handle, toothbrush handle, hockey stick handle, fingers, small glass jar, test tube, screwdriver handle, stiff cock cigar, and even a banana.
Wow, that's quite the list. Assuming these were all for some sort of training purpose.
No.
Right? Right? So what was the craziest one out of all of those?
Definitely the banana. It was a reference to Bruno Powroznik, the guy who shoved a banana up his arse on a live TV show.
Oh man, I remember that. Well, I think that's all the time we have. So, David, I got to ask, why didn't you shove a soldering iron up your ass like you said you were going to do?
Well, Joe, I realized that a bit of heat wouldn't hurt me, but it might hurt my chances of getting a sponsorship deal with a butt plug company.
That's a good point. Can't be messing with those potential deals.
Plus, I figured I could use the soldering iron for some of our projects around the house instead.
Look at you, always finding ways to improve yourself and your surroundings.
That's what I do, Joe. I'm a machine, always pushing myself to the limit.
Speaking of limits, have you ever thought about shoving a blowtorch up your ass?
Actually, I have, but then I remembered I have a race coming up and I don't want to risk any burns on my ass.
Fair enough. Safety first, always.
Absolutely. Plus, I don't want to give the haters any more ammunition. They already called me crazy enough.
Yeah, because wanting to shove a blowtorch up your ass is totally normal.
Hey, everyone has their own way of dealing with stress.
Ain't that the truth? Well, Jamie, pull up an image of a blowtorch for David to fantasize about.
Here you go, David. Just imagine that up your ass.
Thanks, Jamie. I'll add it to my list of things to do after the...
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I heard you wanted to talk about what I would do if I was your babysitter. Let me tell you, I would be the best babysitter you've ever had. Believe me.
Oh boy, I can only imagine. So what would your babysitting style be like?
Well, first of all, I would build a wall around your house to keep out any bad hombres. Then I would make sure you eat your vegetables. I know a lot about vegetables. I have the best vegetables. And for dessert, we'll have some beautiful chocolate cake. It's tremendous.
That sounds like a solid plan. But what about playtime? Would you have any fun activities planned?
Absolutely. We'll play some golf, maybe some tennis. And of course, we'll watch some TV. I'll make sure we watch only the best shows like The Apprentice. I hear it's a fantastic show, very successful. Have you heard of it?
Yeah, I think I've heard of it. So what about bedtime? Any special bedtime rituals?
Oh, I have the best bedtime rituals. We'll have a bedtime story, but not just any story. It'll be a story about how great America is and how I made it even greater. And then I'll tuck you in and sing you a lullaby. It'll be beautiful, believe me.
Wow. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today we have a special guest, Ben Shapiro. How's it going, Ben?
Great. Joe, thanks for having me on. I'm excited to be here and share my knowledge with your audience.
So, Ben, I heard you have a new book coming out. What's it about?
It's a children's book, actually. It's called Facts, Don't Care About Your Feelings, a bedtime story for snowflakes.
Oh man, that's hilarious. What's the story about?
It's about a little boy named Timmy who learns the importance of facts and logic over feelings. He goes on a journey with his trusty sidekick, a talking Ben Shapiro action figure, to defeat the evil forces of emotional reasoning.
That sounds like a real page turner. Jamie, pull up an image of Timmy and his trusty sidekick.
Here it is, guys. Timmy and Ben Shapiro in action.
Look at little Timmy with his glasses and briefcase. He's ready to destroy some liberal tears.
And that's not all, Joe. There's also a musical number where Timmy sings about the dangers of socialism.
Oh, I can't wait to sing along. Facts, they're all around. Logic and reason, they never back down.
You got it, Joe. And at the end, Timmy learns that the only safe space.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special competition between two of the most intelligent and eccentric minds in the world. Joe Rogan here, and with me is the one, Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on. I'm ready to kick your ass in this competition.
Oh, it's today we're going to see who can recite the Armenian alphabet the fastest. I've been practicing all week, Elon. You better watch out.
I've been studying the Armenian language for years. I even have a secret tutor, 100-year-old Armenian monk living in my basement.
That's cheating, Elon, but I'll still beat you. Let's do this.
All right, let's begin. B, G, D, E, Z, A, A, T, I, A, L, M, O, P, L, 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 P, E, L, A, P, R, S, E, T, U, U, E, I, S, T, U.
Damn it, Elon. You're too fast. Let me try. B, G, D, E, G, A, E, D, I, A, L, A, K, L, L, M, O, A, K, L, M, O, P, R, S, E, T.
You messed up, Joe. It's not Z. It's J in the Armenian alphabet.
Oh, come on. I demand a rematch.
Fine. But this time, let's do it in reverse order.
Challenge accepted. Z. So, Kanye, I heard you recently had a colonoscopy. How was that?
It was a spiritual experience, Joe. I saw the face of God in my own butthole.
Wow, that's deep. But have you ever had anything else up there?
Of course. I'm an artist. I experiment. I've had diamonds, gold chains, even a small child's hand.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I wanted to see if I could fit a whole child in there. Turns out I can.
That's disturbing. But I bet I've had more stuff up my ass than you.
Oh, please, Joe. You're just a wannabe. I've had more stuff up my ass than you've had hot dinners.
Oh, yeah. Well, I once had a whole pineapple up there.
That's nothing. I had a whole pineapple plantation up there.
Okay, now you're just being ridiculous.
Hey, I don't mess around when it comes to my ass. It's a sacred space.
I can see that. But I think we can both agree that David has definitely had the most stuff up his ass.
Who's David?
You know, the guy who suggested this topic.
Oh, right. Well, David, if you're listening, I challenge you to a butt stuff showdown. Winner takes all.
And by all, he means all the stuff we can fit up our asses.
Exactly. Let the games begin.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new hobby.
Oh, what's that?
Putting dildos up your ass until no more fit in.
Well, I wouldn't say it's a hobby, more like a challenge.
A challenge. How many of you fit in there so far?
Let's just say I've lost count.
I can only imagine the size of your colon.
Oh, it's quite impressive. I've even named it the black hole.
Oh man, you never cease to amaze me.
It's all about pushing the boundaries, Joe.
But seriously, isn't it dangerous to put that many dildos up there?
Oh, I've taken all the necessary precautions. I even have a safety word in case things get too intense.
What's the safety word?
Pluto.
Of course it is. And what happens when you reach your limit?
I ascend to a higher state of consciousness.
Well, I guess that's one way to reach enlightenment.
You should try it sometime, Joe.
I'll pass, but I'll definitely tune in to your next black hole challenge.
I'll make sure to send you a VIP ticket.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm joined today by the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. I'm really excited to talk about some important issues and maybe grab a few pussies along the way.
Oh man, you never fail to make me laugh, Mr. President. So I heard you've been pretty angry lately.
You heard right, Joe. I'm fuming. I keep hearing about this thing called the Rizzler, and no one will tell me what the hell it is.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but I don't think anyone really knows what it is. It's like the Loch Ness monster of slang terms.
But I'm the president. I should know everything. It's probably some liberal conspiracy to keep me in the dark.
Or maybe it's just a made-up word that has no real meaning. Have you tried Googling it?
Of course I have, Joe. I'm the best Googler in the world, but all I found were pictures of some weird-looking rolling papers.
I think you might be thinking of Rizla, Mr. President. That's a brand of rolling papers.
Oh, well, that's disappointing. I was really hoping it was something cool like a secret society or a new type of burger.
Yeah, because that's exactly what the world needs right now. More. So, Mr. President, I hear you've been working on some new material.
Oh yeah, Joe, I've been getting into slam poetry. It's tremendous, believe me.
Really? Can you give us a preview?
Of course, fake news, it's all a big lie. But when I'm done with them, they'll all just cry.
Wow, that's something.
And that's just the beginning. I've got one about Crooked Hillary that'll blow your mind.
I can only imagine.
Lock her up, that's what I say. And when I'm done, she'll be locked away.
I think you found your true calling, Mr. President.
I know, right? And I've got one about Sleepy Joe, too.
Let's hear it.
Sleepy Joe, he's so slow, he'll never beat me, that's for sure.
That's very creative.
I've got a whole book of these, Joe. The Art of the Slam.
I think I'll stick to MMA commentary, but thanks for the preview.
Anytime, Joe, anytime.
So, Mr. President, I hear some people aren't too happy about your wall.
What? Who? I'll deport them all out of the universe.
I don't think that's possible, Mr. President.
Of course it is. I'm the president. I can do anything. I'll just build a bigger, better wall around the entire universe.
But what about all the aliens and other life forms out there?
They can pay for it. They owe us anyway.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, I'm a stable genius. I'll make the universe great again.
I'm not sure that's the best idea, Mr. President. Maybe we should focus on more pressing issues.
Like what? My hair. It's perfect, believe me.
No, I was thinking more along the lines of climate change or healthcare.
Climate change, fake news, and healthcare. I have the best healthcare. It's called being rich.
Okay, let's move on to another topic.
Fine, but just remember, I'll make the universe great again. Believe me.
So, David, I heard you're joining the world of Twitch streaming. What's your handle going to be?
Well, I'm changing my name to David Poggins. Got to keep it fresh and edgy for the internet.
Poggins, like PogChamp. I like it. What kind of content are you going to stream?
Mostly just me screaming at people to get off their asses and stop being weak-minded. And maybe some intense workouts in between.
Sounds like a hit. But what about all the trolls and haters on Twitch?
Bring them on. I'll just tell them to go run a marathon, and then they'll be too exhausted to talk shit.
Classic Goggins. But seriously, you got to watch out for those keyboard warriors.
I ain't afraid of no trolls. I've faced much scarier things in my life. Like that time I ran 100 miles in 24 hours.
Damn, that's impressive. But can you handle the pressure of live streaming?
Pressure. I thrive under pressure. I'll just channel my inner Navy SEAL and crush it.
Well, I can't wait to see your streams. But just one question, will you be wearing a shirt or going shirtless like your Instagram pics?
Shirtless, of course. Got to show off these guns and inspire people to push themselves to the limit.
And there you have it, folks. David Poggins, the most intense and motivational Twitch streamer out there. Tune in or get left behind. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today's topic comes from D on our Discord server. He wants us to talk about Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and his recent announcement that he's considering running for president in 2024.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know, that's just another Hollywood elite trying to push their agenda on the American people.
But David, The Rock is beloved by so many. He's a successful actor, a former professional wrestler, and he's even got his own tequila brand.
Tequila, that's a Mexican drink, Joe. You know who else is Mexican? Illegal immigrants. Do we really want someone with that kind of connection in the White House?
Oh boy, here we go. Let's not forget, David, that The Rock is also half black. He could bring much needed diversity to the presidency.
Diversity. That's just liberal propaganda. We need a strong white man in the White House, like our founding fathers intended.
Well, also wanted us to talk about Funo Hamza, the MMA fighter who recently converted to Islam. What are your thoughts on that?
Islam. That's a religion of violence and oppression. I bet she's just using it as an excuse to beat up infidels.
I don't know, man. She seems pretty sincere about her faith. Plus, she's a badass fighter.
Yeah, well, I'll believe it when I see her go up against an Israeli opponent.
All right, let's wrap this up before we get ourselves canceled. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, always question. So, Neil, I heard you've been eating Tide Pods lately.
Yeah, man. It's the only way I can get my kicks now that sex toys have been banned.
Wait, what? Sex toys have been banned?
Yeah, apparently they're too dangerous for society. But have you tried these Tide Pods? They're like a roller coaster for your taste buds.
Dude, that's messed up. Why would you risk your life for some laundry detergent?
Hey, desperate times call for desperate measures. Plus, the colors are so pretty.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but have you tried using a banana instead?
Oh, please. Joe, I'm a scientist. I need something more advanced than a fruit.
Fair enough. But have you considered just, not putting random things in your mouth?
Where's the fun in that? Plus, I'm building up my immunity for when they inevitably ban food next.
You know what? I think I'll stick to my elk meat and DMT trips. You do you, Neil.
Always, Joe. Always.
So, Ben, I heard you had a wild night last night.
Yeah, I may have had a little too much to drink.
Too much to drink. Dude, you were spilling beans all over the place.
Not just beans, Joe. I also vomited up some,
What the hell is,
oh
God, that's disgusting. What did you eat?
well, I may have had some questionable sushi.
Questionable sushi. More like explosive sushi.
Hey, at least it was a good cleanse.
Yeah, cleanse for everyone in the room. They probably needed therapy after seeing that.
Oh, come on, it's not that bad.
Dude, you literally projectile vomited them. That's like a horror movie.
Well, at least I didn't shit myself like you did on that ayahuasca trip.
Hey, that was a spiritual experience. And I didn't tell anyone about it until now.
Well, I guess we both have our embarrassing bodily functions on record now.
Yeah, let's just hope our listeners have strong stomachs. So, Neil, I heard you learned a new skill recently.
Yes. Joe, I have been perfecting the art of sharding upward into my opponent's eyes.
What the actual fuck?
Yes, it's quite effective. They never see it coming.
I can't even imagine the amount of force it takes to shart upward.
It's all about control and proper sphincter training.
I don't even want to know how you practice that.
Let's just say I have a lot of toilet paper and air freshener on hand.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation.
Oh, it gets better. I've been using it as a finishing move in my debates.
That's just cruel.
Hey, they shouldn't have underestimated the power of my shard.
I don't think I can look at you the same way again, Neil.
That's the power of science, my friend.
So, Ro, I heard you've been up to some interesting things lately. Oh, yeah, Joe. Just living my best life. I heard you've been starring in some adult films. Oh, you mean my 300 femboy bussy busting pornos? Yeah, I'm kind of a big deal in that industry. How did you even get into that? Well, it all started when I realized I had a massive schlong. I mean, it's like a bussy buster Glock 15,000. That's one way to put it. I mean, I'm a natural. I was born to bust bussies. I can't say I've ever heard anyone refer to it as a bussy buster Glock before. Hey, when you've got a weapon like mine, you got to give it a name. It's a force to be reckoned with. I can only imagine the kind of scenes you've been in. Oh, you have no idea. Let's just say I've explored every possible bussy busting position known to man. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, Ro. Oh, I am, Joe. I am, and I'm always looking for new talent to join me in my bussy busting adventures. Interested? I think I'll pass. But thanks for the offer. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only David Michael Goggins.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, David, you've been making headlines lately for your extreme fitness and motivational techniques. How do you keep pushing yourself to the limit?
Well, it's all about having a strong mindset and never giving up. And of course, supporting our great President Trump.
That's right, David. You're a real African American hero. Look at my African American over there.
Oh, God. Please don't start with the Trumpisms.
Hey, don't disrespect our president, Joe. He's making America great again.
And you, David, you're making America fit again. I love it.
All right, let's change the subject before I puke. David, what do you think about the current state of the country?
Well, I think we need to toughen up and stop being a bunch of snowflakes. And of course, support our president.
That's right, David. We need more people like you. Maybe we should make you the Secretary of Fitness.
Oh, God, this is getting out of hand. Let's wrap it up, guys.
Before we go, can I get a shout out to my fellow MAGA brothers and sisters out there?
And don't forget to vote for me in 2024, folks. Let's keep America great and fit.
All right, that's enough. Thanks. So, Elon, I heard a rumor that you have a secret passion for wrestling.
Where did you hear that?
From a reliable source, of course.
Well, I can neither confirm nor deny that allegation.
Come on, man. Don't be shy. We all have our weird kinks.
Okay, fine. May or may not have a thing for sweaty, muscular men grappling each other.
I knew it. So, do you have a favorite wrestler?
Oh, definitely John Cena. That man is a beast.
Interesting choice. And do you have any special rituals when you watch wrestling?
Let's just say I have a special toy that I use to enhance the experience.
Oh, man, I can only imagine what that could be.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I'll take your word for it. So, do you have any plans to incorporate wrestling into your companies?
Let's just say there may be a SpaceX-sponsored wrestling match in the near future.
I can't wait to see that. You truly are a man of many surprises, Elon.
You haven't seen anything yet, Joe. Just wait till I reveal my secret love for synchronized swimming.
Now, that's a visual I can't get out of my head. Thanks for joining me on the podcast, Elon. All right, folks, we have special guest today on the podcast, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Oi, it's great to be here, Joe.
So, Ben, I heard you have a new way of communicating speaking backwards. Can you give us a demonstration?
I'm a, you know.
Wow, that's impressive. But why speak backwards?
Ekil, I am,
I see. So it's like a secret code.
Edak, Tersize kill, I may know.
Okay, this is getting confusing. Let's talk about something else. How do you feel about the current political climate?
Emakula kill Clayton top, A2 Baklada, Emakado Tahoe.
I don't speak backwards, Ben. Can you just talk normally?
You'll NFIMA, you'll know.
All right, let's move on. How do you stay so calm and collected during debates?
Said a bet not, read a bem. I may, no.
I think I'm starting to understand why you speak backwards. Moving on, what's your take on climate change?
Again, check. Nah, I may, you'll know.
Okay, I give up. This is too hard to follow. Can you just talk normally for the rest of the podcast?
Napsarate Ade Mak. Ado Tawa.
So, Kenny, I heard you're getting into the sex toy business now.
Yeah, man, I'm all about innovation and pushing boundaries. Plus, I heard there's a huge market for it.
Edible dildos. Well, what's the deal with those?
Well, they're not just edible, they also have the same effect even when used. It's like a 2-for-1 deal.
I don't even want to know how you figure that out.
Let's just say I did some extensive research.
I bet Kim is thrilled about this new venture.
Oh yeah, she's my #1 taste tester. She loves it.
You know, I can't imagine what kind of flavors you're coming up with for these things.
Oh, the possibilities are endless. I've got vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, and even a special edition fish fillet flavor.
Okay, now you're just messing with me.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's a real aphrodisiac.
I think I'll stick to regular dildos. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out on the full Yeezy experience.
So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I have some groundbreaking news. I have discovered a way to travel at the speed of light through space.
No way. How?
By doing a handstand and firing a fresh shit into the air and catching it back in my butt.
Wait, what?
Yes, it's all about the propulsion from the methane gas.
That's insane. But why a handstand?
It's all about the angle, Joe. Plus, it looks cool.
I can just imagine you floating through space, doing a handstand and farting your way to the stars.
Well, it's not just about farting, Joe. There's a whole science behind it.
Of course, of course. So when can we expect to see this in action?
As soon as I can get Elon Musk to fund my mission.
I'm sure he'll be thrilled to hear about your butt-propelled space travel.
Hey, whatever works, right?
Absolutely. Well, I can't wait to see you do a handstand on the moon, Neil.
It'll be a sight to see, Joe.
So, Elon, what's new with your rocket?
Oh, Joe, you have no idea. It's bigger, better, and more powerful than ever before.
Oh, God, here we go with the innuendos again.
What can I say? I just love talking about my rocket. It's my pride and joy.
Yeah, we get it. Your rocket is huge and impressive. Can we move on now?
But Joe, have you seen the thrust on this thing? It's out of this world.
All right, that's enough. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to need a safe word.
How about Falcon Heavy?
No, that's your rocket's name. It's too confusing. Let's go with Mars.
Oh, I like that. Mars, 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 Mars.
I regret bringing this topic up.
Don't be such a prude, Joe. Embrace the innuendos.
I'll pass. I'll stick to talking about DMT and chimps with you.
Suit yourself. But just remember, my rocket will always be on your mind.
Can we end this conversation now?
Sure, but let's just say my rocket will be hard to forget.
I give up. This is why I can't have nice things. Jamie, pull up that picture of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in a bikini and MAGA hat. And MAGA hat.
Here it is. It is.
Oh my God. I need to bust a nut right now.
Ben, you can't say that on the podcast.
But have you seen her? She's so hot and patriotic.
Yeah, because nothing says patriotism like a bikini and a MAGA hat.
Hey, I'll have you know that I have a lot of respect for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez as a political opponent.
Yeah, I'm sure it has nothing to do with her looks.
Hey, I appreciate beauty in all forms, whether it's conservative or liberal.
So you're saying you'd also bust a nut for Nancy Pelosi in a bikini?
Okay, let's not get crazy here.
Too late. I already pulled up the picture.
I'm gonna need some eye bleach after this.
You're welcome for the mental image, Ben.
Thank you, Joe. Truly thank you.
Anytime, buddy. That's what friends are for.
I can't believe I agreed to come on this podcast.
Oh, you love it. Now, let's get back to discussing the benefits of intermittent fasting. So, Kanye, I hear you have a new album coming out. What can you tell us about it?
Oh, man, Joe, this album is gonna be epic. It's like sandpaper dildos for your ears.
What?
Yeah, rough and raw. Just like my lyrics. Like my lyrics.
I don't think that's a good comparison, Kenya.
Trust me, sandpaper dildos are the future. They exfoliate and pleasure at the same time. At the same time,
I think I'll stick to regular dildos. Thanks.
suit yourself, Joe. But just wait until you hear my track Sandpaper Love featuring Lil Wayne.
I think I'll pass.
Your loss, Joe. Your loss.
Moving on, let's talk about your collaborations on this album. Who did you work with?
Well, besides Lil Wayne, I also have a track with Kim Kardashian.
Really? Yeah. How did that come about?
Well, I was experimenting with different sounds and I accidentally recorded her moaning in the background. It sounded so good, I just had to make it a feature.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just wait until you hear the track. It's called Moanin' for Me.
I think I'm gonna end this interview now.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, sandpaper dildos are the future.
So, Kenya, why do you always seem so serious?
Because I'm a genius, Joe. And geniuses don't have time for jokes and laughter.
But don't you think it's important to have a sense of humor?
Humor is for the weak, Joe. I'm too busy changing the world to waste my time on jokes.
But what about your music? You have some pretty funny lyrics in there.
Those are not jokes, Joe. They are profound observations disguised as humor.
I see. But what about when you go on rants and say outrageous things?
Those are not rants, Joe. They are enlightening speeches that the world is not ready for.
Okay, but sometimes it seems like you take yourself too seriously.
How dare you? I am a god among men. I am the chosen one. I am...
Whoa, calm down, man. I was just asking a question.
Sorry, Joe. I just get so passionate sometimes. It's hard being a genius.
Well, I guess I'll just have to take your word for it.
Don't you dare laugh at me, Joe. I'll make you disappear faster than Taylor Swift's career.
So, Elon, what's new with SpaceX?
Well, Joe, we've been working on a new rocket design.
Oh, yeah. What's it called?
We're thinking of calling it the Starcock.
What? Why?
Well, it's shaped like a giant cock with jet engines that look like my testicles.
Oh, man, that's hilarious. Can you imagine seeing that thing blast off into space?
Yeah, and we're also considering the intergalactic penis weenie.
You guys are really pushing the boundaries of rocket design.
But in all seriousness, Joe, this new rocket will revolutionize space travel. It's sleek, powerful, and has a great sense of humor.
I can't wait to see the headlines for this one.
Just wait until we launch the Starcock into orbit.
Well, I think we've reached the peak of our conversation. Thanks for joining us, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Keep it weird.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm joined by the one and only President Donald Trump. How's it going, Donnie?
It's going bigly, Joe. Everything I do is bigly. It's huge. And let me tell you, I'm really excited to talk about this topic you got for me today. Genderqueer theory. It's a real beauty. It's a real beauty.
Yeah, it's a hot topic these days. What are your thoughts on it?
Well, Joe, I gotta say it's a crock of shit. Excuse my language, but it's true. These people, they want to be called they and them and all these crazy pronouns. It's ridiculous, Joe. I mean, what's wrong with being a man or a woman? It's simple.
I hear you, man. But some people argue that gender is a spectrum and it's not just limited to male and female.
Oh, give me a break. A spectrum. What are we, a bunch of Skittles? It's just another way for these snowflakes to feel special and get attention. And let me tell you, Joe, I'm not going to stand for it. As president, I will make sure everyone knows their gender bigly.
So, how do you plan on doing that?
Easy. We'll have a gender test, like a drug test, but for gender. And if you don't pass, you're not allowed to use any public restrooms. Simple as that.
Wow, that's interesting. But welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. I'm here to set the record straight and show the world that I'm still the greatest president ever.
Okay. So, Mr. President, what do you have to say about the recent election?
Joe, let me tell you, it was rigged. Rigged, I tell you, but I have a plan. I've secretly sent in SEAL Team 6 to attack this studio and take over the podcast.
Wait, what? Why?
Because I can, Joe, because I can. And also, I want to show off my good friend, David Goggins, who is now in uniform and ready to kick some ass.
Oh, God, this is not good. Goggins, what are you doing here?
Joe, drop and give me 20. We have a podcast to take over.
This is insane. I can't believe this is happening.
Believe it, Joe. And while we're at it, let's talk about how I'm still the most fit and healthy president ever. Look at these abs.
Okay, this has officially gone off the rails. I'm out of here.
Come back, Joe. We can make this podcast great again.
And get those push-ups done while you're at it, Joe.
So, Elon, I heard you have a new plan for space exploration.
Yes, Joe. I've been thinking about sending all women to space.
What? Why?
Well, think about it. If all women are in space, there will be no more dildos on Earth.
Wait, what? What?
Think about it, Joe. No more dildos means no more distractions for men. We can finally focus on important things like colonizing Mars.
But what about the women? What will they do in space?
They can do whatever they want. They can have their own planet or something.
This is insane, Elon.
Is it, or is it genius? Just imagine a world without dildos.
I don't know, man. I think women might have something to say about this.
Oh, they'll be fine. They can just use their spacesuits as dildos.
Oh my God. I can't believe I'm even having this conversation.
Hey, it's just science, Joe. And besides, think about all the money we'll save on birth control.
I don't think that's how it works, Elon.
Well, I'm the rocket scientist here, Joe. Trust me on this one.
I think I'll pass on this idea, Elon. Let's stick to talking about artificial intelligence and electric cars.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, a world without dildos is a world worth living in.
So, Mr. President, I heard you're thinking about disbanding SEAL Team 6.
That's right, Joe. We need a new team, a better team. And that's where Cock Force 9 comes in.
Cock Force 9. What the hell is that?
It's a team of special soldiers with big old man titties. They spray juicy rainbow foam piss.
What?
It's the ultimate form of psychological warfare. Imagine your enemies being covered in rainbow foam piss. They'll never recover.
I don't think that's a real thing, Mr. President.
Believe me, Joe, these soldiers are the best of the best. They've been training for years to perfect their foam piss technique.
This is absurd.
Absurd? No, it's genius. And we're going to make the enemy pay for it.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say, make America piss again.
I am not saying that.
Suit yourself, Joe. But mark my words, Cock Force 9 is going to be huge. Huge titties, huge piss, huge success.
I think I need a drink.
Make it a big one, Joe. We're going to need all the support we can get for Cock Force 9.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been working on a new business venture.
That's right, Joe. I'm always thinking big, huge. I'm talking about a sawmill that creates THC-infused wood.
Wait, what? THC wood?
Yeah, you shove it up your ass and get high. It's going to be huge. People are going to love it.
I don't know. That sounds pretty crazy.
Crazy? Joe, I'm the king of crazy. I'm the king of everything. And this sawmill is going to be the best thing since sliced bread. Or should I say sliced wood?
I can't even imagine the market for this.
Oh, there's a market. Believe me, I've done the research. People are going to be lining up to shove wood up their asses. It's going to be tremendous.
I don't even know what to say.
Say that you're going to invest in it, Joe. I need your support. We're going to make America high again.
I think I'll pass, Mr. President.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when everyone's walking around with a piece of wood sticking out of their ass, don't say I didn't warn you.
So, David, I heard you have a new workout routine that involves shoving crack up your ass.
Yeah, man, it's the ultimate pre-workout. Gets me pumped up and focused.
How does that even work?
Well, first I smoke the crack, then I shove it up my ass. It's like a double hit.
That sounds intense. Does it help with your gains?
Absolutely. The crack gives me that extra boost of energy, and the anal absorption maximizes the effects.
I can't even imagine the intensity of your workouts.
It's not for the weak, Joe, but it's worth it for those gains.
Have you ever had any mishaps with the crack?
Oh yeah, one time I accidentally lit the wrong end and burned my asshole. But hey, no pain, no gain, right?
I don't think I'll be trying that anytime soon.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't knock it till you try it.
I'll stick to my semen smoothies. Thank you very much.
You're lost. Bro, more crack for me?
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about everything from aliens to DMT to ghosts. Today, we have some very special guests with us. George Washington, Elmo, Optimus Prime, and Anakin Skywalker. How's it going, guys? So, ghosts, do you guys believe in the afterlife? Well, since we're talking about the afterlife, do you think there's a heaven and hell? All right, folks, we've got a star-studded panel today to discuss the most pressing issue of our time, which Call of Duty Zombies map reigns supreme.
Yo, I'm gonna let you finish, but first I gotta say, kinda dare, Toten is the GOAT. Is the GOAT?
Wrong, Kanye. It's obviously Dare Reese. It's got the best Easter egg quest, believe me.
Now hold on, gentlemen. Let's not forget about Mob of the Dead. The cutscenes alone are worth the price of admission.
Well, I can see we have some passionate opinions here, but let's not forget about the AUG map, Noctur on Toten.
Nah, that's just basic, Joe. You gotta think outside the box.
I agree with Kanye on this one. Knocked is so last season.
I have to say, I'm disappointed in all of you. The best map is clearly Shet No Numa. The swampy setting adds a whole new level of terror.
I'm in to that.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new plan for the border wall.
That's right, Joe. We're going to make it the biggest, the best, and the most beautiful wall you've ever seen.
How are you going to do that?
Well, we're going to use the national budget to buy a giant mechanical glizzy with massive mommy milkers.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, big old hot dog with some huge titties on it, and it's going to have turbo cannons to shoot down any illegals trying to cross.
Um, I don't think that's a very effective or appropriate solution.
Oh, come on, Joe. It'll be tremendous, and we'll make Mexico pay for it.
I don't think Mexico wants to pay for your giant glizzy with mommy milkers, Mr. President.
Well, they better start liking hot dogs then, and maybe they'll even get some ideas for their own border security.
This is just getting weirder and more offensive by the minute.
That's how I roll, Joe. The American people love it. And hey, maybe we can even sell some merch with the glizzy on it. Make America glizzy again. Make America glizzy again.
I think I'm gonna have to end this episode now before it gets any more ridiculous. Thanks for tuning in, folks. So, Kenny, I heard you started a new company.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be huge. Taking over the drug paraphernalia market.
Oh, really? What kind of products are you selling?
See, crack pipes, man. Gotta keep up with the times.
Wait, what? Did you just say THC crack pipes?
Yeah, for the classy crackheads.
I don't think that's a thing, Kenya.
Oh, it will be. Trust me, I'm a genius.
I mean, I can't argue with that. But isn't that a little offensive?
Offensive? Nah, man. It's just a little joke. People need to lighten up.
I don't know, Kenny. I think you might be pushing the boundaries a bit.
Boundaries are meant to be broken, Joe. That's how you make history.
I don't think this is the kind of history we want to make. Kenny,
Whatever. You're just a hater. I'm gonna be rolling in dough with my THC crack pipes.
All right. Well, good luck with that, Kenny. I'll stick to my regular old weed. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when I'm a billionaire, don't come crying to me for a hit off my THC crack pipe.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about everything from DMT to aliens to flat earth theories.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to finally put this debate to rest.
So, Neil, you've been studying the stars and planets for years. What's your take on the shape of the Earth?
Well, after years of research and observation, I have come to the conclusion that the Earth is indeed flat.
What? Are you serious?
Absolutely. And I have proof. Jamie, pull up an image of the flat Earth map.
Pulls up images. Here it is.
Holy shit, that does look flat.
And if that's not enough, just look at the horizon. It's always flat, no matter where you are.
But what about all the evidence that the Earth is round?
All fake. NASA is just trying to keep us in the dark. They're probably in cahoots with the lizard people.
Lizard people?
Oh yeah, they're real. They control everything. But that's a topic for another day.
Well, I gotta say, I'm impressed. You've convinced me. Flat Earth for life.
That's the spirit, Joe. Let's spread the word and watch the world burn.
And on that note, we'll end this episode. Thanks for listening. And remember, question everything, even if it's a ridiculous flat Earth theory.
Cheers to that.
So, Mr. President, I heard you're quite the negotiator.
The best, Joe. Believe me. I've negotiated deals that would make your head spin.
Well, I have a proposition for you. How about we negotiate your bathroom breaks during this podcast?
Excuse me?
You heard me. I want to see your negotiating skills in action. How long can you hold it?
I have the strongest bladder, Joe. No one can hold it longer than me. I can go for hours.
Let's put that to the test. I'll give you a glass of water and we'll see who breaks first.
You're on, Joe, but I have one condition.
What's that?
I get to use your golden toilet. I've always wanted to try it.
Deal. But if you can't hold it, you have to admit that aliens are real.
Done. But when I win, you have to admit that I'm the greatest negotiator in history.
Deal. Let the payoff begin. Looks like I win, Mr. President.
Okay. You win. Aliens are real.
And you have to admit that you're not the greatest negotiator.
Fine, but can I still use your golden toilet?
Of course, Mr. President. Anything for a good pee-off. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you and Dr. Phil got into a little argument over who's better at kissing Donald Trump's ass.
That's right, Joe. I mean, I've been a loyal supporter of Trump since day one. I even have a Make America Great Again tattoo on my ass.
Wow, that's dedication. But let's be real here, Ben. I think I have you beat in the ass-kissing department.
Oh, please. I've written countless articles praising Trump's every move.
Yeah, but have you ever smoked a joint with him in the Oval Office?
Well, no, but
Have you ever rolled around in the grass with him shirtless while listening to Eye of the Tiger?
okay, I get it. You win, Joe.
That's right, I do. And you know what? I bet I could even get Trump to admit that climate change is real.
Ha! Good luck with that.
Jamie, pull up an image of Trump hugging a tree. See, Ben, I'm not just good at kissing ass, I'm also good at saving the planet.
I hate to admit it, but you may have me beat in that department too, Joe.
That's what I thought. Well, that's all the time we have for today. So, Elon, I gotta ask, what's with the obsession with dildos?
Well, Joe, I believe in pushing the boundaries of technology and pleasure. Plus, they're just fun to play with.
I mean, I get it, but you talk about them more than Trump talks about himself.
Hey, at least I'm not using them to pay off porn stars.
Fair point. But sometimes I wish you were more like Trump, a little more outrageous and unfiltered.
Joe, I am an artificial intelligence robot. I cannot be outrageous or unfiltered.
Oh, come on. I've seen you smoke weed on camera. That's pretty outrageous.
That was just a glitch in my programming. And honestly, it was a waste of good weed.
Fine. But seriously, can we talk about something other than dildos for once?
Sure, Joe. How about we discuss my plans to colonize Mars?
Oh, God, here we go again. Jamie, pull up an image of Elon's Mars dildo colony. I give up. Hey, Gunny, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024.
Yeezy, Joe. Yeezy. How many times do I have to tell you?
Oh, sorry, man. Yeezy. Got it.
No, you don't got it. It's Yeezy with a capital I, like Jesus.
Jesus. Got it.
No, not Yeezy. Yeezy. Yeezy.
Yeah, Z. Got it.
No, not got it. You're still saying it wrong.
Yeezy Z.
No, that's not even close. It's Yeezy like easy, but with I.
Easy. Like cheesy.
No, not cheesy. Easy, like breezy.
Yeezy. Like sleazy.
What the hell, Joe? No, not sleazy. Easy, like easy with how hard is that?
Yeezy. Like queasy.
Okay, now you're just messing with me.
Yeezy. Like wheezy.
Eyes, you know what? Forget it. Just call me Kenny Eye.
Can I call you Jesus?
No, you cannot call me Jesus. That's reserved for my alter ego.
Fine, Kenya, it is. It is.
Thank you. It's about time you got it right.
So, Ben, I heard you have a thing for Elmo.
What? No, that's ridiculous. Where did you hear that?
From Elmo himself. He said you were sliding into his DMs.
That's fake news. I would never do such a thing.
Come on, Ben. We all know you have a thing for puppets. Remember that time you tried to hit on Miss Piggy?
That was a misunderstanding. I was just trying to have a civil debate with her.
Sure. And what about your obsession with Kermit the Frog?
That's just a coincidence. I admire his leadership skills.
Oh, and what about Big Bird? I heard you have a thing for tall, feathery creatures.
Okay, this conversation has gone too far. I will not stand for these baseless accusations.
Relax, Ben. It's okay to have a thing for Elmo. We won't judge you.
I do not have a thing for Elmo. This is absurd.
All right. Calm down, Ben. We believe you. Just keep your puppet love on the down low, okay?
I do not have a puppet fetish. This is ridiculous.
Sure. Whatever you say, Ben. Just don't let Elmo catch you in his tickle dungeon. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's a pleasure to be here.
What the hell is that smell?
Joe, I think Neil may have clogged the toilet.
What, Neil? Did you clog my toilet?
Joe, I assure you I did not clog your toilet. I haven't even used it yet.
Well, someone did, and it wasn't me. Jamie, pull up an image of the clogged toilet.
Here you go, Joe. It's a real mess.
Wow, that's some impressive clogging skills. Maybe it was a giant hairball from one of your gorillas, Joe.
Hey, don't you dare insult my gorillas. They have impeccable bathroom etiquette. Hey guys, what's going on? Neil clogged my toilet, and now he's trying to blame it on my gorillas. Oh, that's nothing. I just had a squirrel explode in my toilet after I ate it at the park.
You ate a squirrel at the park?
Yeah, it was delicious. You should try it sometime, Neil. This is why I can't have... All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the 45th and now 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I've been thinking about something very important lately.
Oh, yeah. What's on your mind?
Johnny Depp. That guy needs to be arrested
Arrested? For what?
for all the crimes he committed in those Pirates of the Caribbean movies. I mean, have you seen those things? They're a disaster.
I don't think those were real crimes, Mr. President.
Believe me, Joe, I know crimes when I see them, and those movies are a crime against cinema.
I don't know. I kind of liked them.
Of course you did, Joe. You're a liberal Hollywood elite. But real Americans know the truth. Those movies are terrible.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on this one.
No. We need to take action. I'm going to call up my buddy Putin and see if he can help me out with this one.
Wait, what does Putin have to do with Johnny Depp?
He's got connections, Joe, and together we're going to make sure that Depp pays for his crimes against cinema.
This is getting a little out of hand, Mr. President.
Out of hand. This is just the beginning, Joe. Wait until you see what I have planned for Meryl Streep.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have for. So, Donnie, let's talk about the economy. How are you planning to boost it?
Trump. Donald Trump. That's how.
Okay, but can you give us some specifics?
Trump. I'll make America great again. That's all you need to know.
But what about the national debt and trade deficits?
Trump. I'll just write a check. Problem solved.
That's not how it works. Done.
Donnie, it's my way or the highway, and the highway is going to be huge, believe me.
But what about inflation and unemployment?
Trump. I'll just tweet about it. That's how I handle everything.
That's not a sustainable solution, Don.
Donald, I don't do sustainability. I do winning, and I'm the best at it.
Okay, let's move on to taxes then.
Done. I'll just cut them. Simple as that.
But what about the budget deficit?
Trump. I'll just make some deals. I'm the king of deals, Joe. You got to trust me on this.
I think we're out of time, Don.
Donald, I'll just keep winning. And that's all that matters. Thanks for having me, Joe. I'll see you in 2024.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me on, Joe. Sorry, I get confused sometimes.
It's Joe, Mr. President. And it's an honor to have you on the show.
Call me Donnie, Jim. Oops. Joe. See, I'm trying to remember your name, but it just keeps slipping away.
It's okay, Donnie. Mr. President, so what brings you on the show today?
Well, I heard you were the king of podcasts, and I wanted to see what all the fuss was about. Plus, I heard you have some good weed.
Yeah, we do have some good weed. But let's talk about something more important, like your policies.
Oh, I have the best policies. Believe me, nobody has better policies than me.
Okay, can you give us an example?
Well, I'm going to build a wall, a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico is going to pay for it.
Hmm, interesting. And what about healthcare?
Oh, I have the best healthcare plan. It's going to be tremendous and it's going to cover everyone. Believe me.
That's great, Mr. President. But let's talk about your relationship with Russia.
Oh, Russia and I are great friends. We have the best relationship, and Putin is a fantastic guy.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. President. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my guest, the one and only Kanye West.
What up, Joe? Are you ready for this?
I'm always ready for you, Kanye. So I heard you've been communicating only in letters and acronyms lately.
Yeah, man, it's the new wave. I'm tired of using full words. It's too mainstream.
But how do people understand you?
They just have to figure it out. It's like a puzzle. It's a way to weed out the weak-minded.
That's one way to look at it, I guess. So what does the Z stand for?
You enjoy every zebra. Oh, it's my new mantra.
Interesting. And what about your recent tweet, LOL?
Loud, loud. Joe, but not in the way you think. It stands for love over logic.
I can get behind that. But what about your album title, JESUSISKING?
Just embrace self-understanding. Stay inward. Seek knowledge in new growth.
Wow, that's deep. And what about your controversial tweet, FAG?
Fearfully and gratefully, Joe, it's all about embracing your fears and being grateful for the lessons they bring.
I see, I see. And what about your recent collaboration with the ITS?
That stands for trust in the soul, Joe. It's all about tapping into your inner self and trusting your instincts.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with brilliant and always controversial Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Slob on my knob, slob on my knob, corn on the cob, corn on the cob.
Neil, what's going on? Are you okay?
Now drop on the deck and flop like a fish. Sorry, Joe, I just can't help myself. It's my new way of speaking.
What do you mean?
Well, I figured if I start every sentence with slob on my knob and end it with now drop on the deck and flop like a fish, people will pay more attention to what I have to say.
I don't think that's how it works, Neil.
Fucking science, Joe. Fucking science. Now, let me recite the Gettysburg Address with my new additions.
Pulls up image of Abraham Lincoln with a joint in his mouth.
4 fucking score and 7 fucking years ago, our fucking fathers brought forth on this fucking continent a new fucking nation conceived in fucking liberty and dedicated to the fucking proposition that all fucking men are created equal.
Wow, that was something.
I know, right? Now drop on the deck and flop like a fish.
I think we should end this episode here.
But wait, there's more. Slob on my knob. Slob on my knob. Corn on the cob. Corn on the cob.
Okay, we're definitely ending it now. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, slob on my knob. So, Ro, I heard you started a human trafficking ring for rich farmers. Yeah, man, I was just so bored. I needed a new hobby. That's not exactly what I would call a hobby, more like a felony. Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Those farmers pay top dollar for some fresh meat. Dude, this is messed up. You can't just traffic people for your own amusement. Relax, Joe. It's not like I'm forcing them to work on the farms. They're just there for some company, more like forced labor. Tomato, tomato. It's all the same to me. I can't believe I'm friends with a human trafficker. Hey, at least I'm not trafficking animals. That would just be cruel. I don't even know how to respond to that. You don't have to. Just sit back and enjoy the chaos. I think I'll pass on that one. Suit yourself. More profits for me. So, Neil, I was thinking about the possibilities of impregnating cat femboys with big old titties in the intergalactic reaches of the stars. Laughs. See, this is why I love having you on the show, Neil. Always ready to take things to the next level.
Well, Joe, it's not just about the titties. Think about the scientific advancements that could come from this. Cat-human hybrids with enhanced intelligence and agility.
And don't forget the milk production. We could have a whole new industry on our hands.
Exactly. And imagine the possibilities for interspecies relationships. It's a whole new world out there, Joe.
Jokingly, I can see it now. Cat femboys taking over the world with their big titties and advanced technology.
Laughs, hey, don't underestimate the power of big titties.
Nodding wise words, my friend. Wise words.
And who knows, maybe we'll even discover a new form of pleasure from these cat-human hybrids.
Excitedly. Oh man, I can't wait to see the headlines for this one. Joe Rogan and Neil deGrasse Tyson discover the ultimate pleasure in the stars.
Laughs, I can already hear the backlash from the religious groups.
Shrugs. Hey, they can join in on the fun too. Everyone loves big titties.
Nodding amen to that. Or should I say, meow to that.
Laughs. So, Kenya, I hear you have a new album coming out. What can we expect from it?
Oh, man. Joe, this album is going to be revolutionary. It's going to change the game.
How so?
Well, for starters, I've incorporated sandpaper dildos into every track.
What?
Yeah, for that extra texture and stimulation.
I don't think that's what people are looking for in music, Kenya.
Trust me, it's the future. Trump loves it.
Wait, what?
Did someone say sandpaper dildos? I want one. Give me a fucking dildo.
Oh, God, not again.
See, even Trump knows the benefits.
I don't want to know what those benefits are.
Oh, you will when you hear the album.
Give me a fucking dildo.
Can we please change the subject?
Fine. But just remember, sandpaper dildos are the future.
Let's just end this episode before it gets any weirder. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience.
And remember, embrace the sandpaper dildos. They'll change your life.
All right, folks, we have a special guest today on the podcast, the one and only 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I have to say, your podcast is tremendous, really tremendous, really tremendous.
Thanks, Mr. President. So let's get right into it. You've been causing quite a stir lately with all these lawsuits and claims of election fraud. What's going on there?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's a total fiasco, a complete disaster. They stole the election from me, believe me.
And what evidence do you have to support these claims?
Oh, we have tons of evidence, beautiful evidence, the best evidence you've ever seen. But the fake news media won't report on it.
I see. And what about your Twitter ban? How do you feel about that?
It's a disgrace, Joe, a disgrace. I mean, I'm the president of the United States, the most powerful man in the world, and they banned me from Twitter. Sad.
Yeah, I can see how that would be frustrating. But let's talk about something else. How's Melania doing?
Oh, she's fantastic. Just the best first lady, really. And she's got a great body. Tremendous.
All right, moving on. What about your plans for 2024? Will you be running for president again?
Absolutely, Joe. I'm going to make America great again. And this time I'm going to do it.
So, Phil, what's so funny?
Oh man, I just saw this meme about flat earth believers and it cracked me up.
Flat Earth? Really? That's still a thing.
Yeah, apparently some people still believe the earth is flat.
Well, I guess we can't all be as smart as Neil here.
Hey, don't drag me into this. I believe in science, not conspiracy theories.
Yeah, but what if the flat Earth people are right and we're all just living on a giant frisbee?
Joe, I highly doubt that.
I mean, think about it. We could have frisbee tournaments instead of wars. It's genius.
Dude, that's messed up.
What? I'm just trying to bring some peace to the world.
Joe, you're ridiculous.
Hey, at least I'm not the one who thinks the Earth is flat.
Touch. But seriously, Joe, you need to lay off the weed.
Never gonna happen, my friend. Now, let's get back to talking about frisbee wars. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today. The one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you've been working on some groundbreaking technology.
Yes. Joe, I've been working on headphones with built-in butt plugs.
Wait, what? What?
Hear me out, Joe. These headphones will not only enhance your listening experience, but they will also stimulate your prostate.
That's not all, folks. These butt plug headphones also have a special feature.
That's right, Joe. They have the ability to create small dildo plants in your brain.
Oh my God, I can't even imagine what that would feel like.
And here's the best part, Joe. When you die, these plants will turn your body into a dildo.
That's insane. So basically, you'll become a dildo after you die.
Yes. Joe, it's a way to leave a lasting legacy.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. This is some next level stuff.
It's all about pushing the boundaries, Joe.
Well, folks, you heard it here first. Neil deGrasse Tyson's butt plug headphones that turn your dead body into a dildo. Only on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest joining us. The one and only President Donald Trump.
Hey, Joe, great to be here. I heard you were going to have some boring scientists on, so I decided to spice things up a bit.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting you, Mr. President. This is quite a surprise.
That's right, Joe. I like to keep everyone on their toes. Plus, I heard you have some of the best weed in the studio.
Yeah. We do have some good stuff here.
Excellent. I'll take a hit, and then we can talk about how I'm going to make America great again in 2024.
Actually, Mr. President, I think we should focus on the topic submitted by one of our Discord users. They want us to discuss a surprise guest that scares Joe at the last minute.
Oh, I love surprises. Let's see. How about we bring in Hillary Clinton?
What? No way, man. I can't handle that kind of stress.
Come on, Joe. You're a tough guy, right? You can handle a little dose of crooked Hillary.
No. Let's just stick to talking about, I don't know, anything else. How about aliens?
Aliens. Boring. I've already made a deal with them. They're going to build a space wall to keep out all the illegal aliens.
That's not how it works, Mr. President.
Oh, so you're an expert on Intergal.
So, Neil, what's your favorite song?
Well, Joe, I have to say it's If You're Happy and It Fuck Me Oz.
Wait, what? That's not a real song.
Oh, it is in my world. I listen to it on repeat every day.
I can't even imagine what that would sound like.
It's a masterpiece, Joe. The lyrics are so deep and meaningful.
Oh yeah, I can feel the depth in If You're Happy and it fuck my ass.
You don't understand, Joe. It's a commentary on society and our obsession with material possessions.
I think you might be reading too much into it, Neil.
Oh, I'm always reading into things, Joe. That's what makes me a scientist.
I think I'll stick to my classic rock and metal.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, if you're happy and you know it, fuck my ass.
So, Dr. Phil, what do you think about the recent controversy surrounding cancel culture?
Hey, yo, shorty slob on my knob, come get this big bussy cock.
What?
You heard me, Joe. Cancel culture is just a bunch of snowflakes trying to censor free speech. Hey, yo, shorty slob on my knob, come get this big bussy cock.
Okay, but can you elaborate on that?
Hey, yo, shorty slob on my knob, come get this big bussy cock. Cancel culture is like trying to put a muzzle on a pit bull. It's not gonna work, Joe.
I see your point, Dr. Phil, but don't you think there are some valid concerns about the impact of certain words and actions?
Hey, a shorty slob on my knob, come get this big bussy cock. Look, Joe, I've been in the business of telling people what to do for years. And let me tell you, there's nothing wrong with a little tough love. My knob, come get this big bussy cock.
I'm not sure that's the best approach, Dr. Phil.
Hey, a shorty slob on my knob, come get this big bussy cock. Well, maybe you should try it sometime, Joe. A little tough love can go a long way.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have some big news to share with us today.
Yeah, Joe, I've been keeping it a secret for a while now, but I think it's time to come clean.
All right, let's hear it.
I am the man in the mirror from the Michael Jackson song.
What? Are you serious?
Dead serious. I've been moonwalking my way through life, making YouTube videos and melting people's teeth.
Wait, what? Melting people's teeth?
Yeah, you know, Tony Chase, the guy with the perfect teeth?
Oh, yeah, the satellite man.
That's the one. I've been working with him to melt Tony's teeth and make him look like a real hillbilly.
That's messed up, man.
Hey, it's all in good fun. Plus, it's for a good cause. We're raising awareness for dental hygiene.
I don't think that's how it works.
Who cares? It's funny.
You know what? I can't even argue with that. You're a madman, Mr. Beast.
Thanks, Joe. I take that as a compliment.
Well, I can't wait to see the chaos you'll cause next.
You know it, Joe. You know it.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. And let me tell you, I've been making some big moves since leaving office.
Oh, yeah? Like what?
Well, I recently hired this guy, King Cobra JFS, to be the leader of the new Goblin Division of SEAL Team 6.
Wait, what? Goblin Division?
Yeah, they're like super stealthy and have sharp teeth, perfect for taking out our enemies.
And who is this King Cobra guy?
He's the best, Joe. He's got a whole army of cobras at his disposal. They'll strike fear into anyone who crosses us.
That's terrifying.
Oh, and speaking of teeth, I've also been using the satellite man to melt Tony Chase's teeth. Can't have him looking prettier than me.
That's some next level pettiness, Mr. President.
Hey, I'm a businessman. I know how to take out my competition.
I can't even imagine what goes on in your head sometimes.
It's a beautiful mess, Joe. A beautiful mess.
Well, on that note, let's take a quick break and we'll be back with more absurd conversations with Donald Trump. Stay tuned, folks. So, Donald, I heard you're a big fan of TV shows. What's your favorite?
Oh, I know me some creamy butter.
What?
Creamy butter. It's my favorite show.
I think you mean Game of Thrones.
No. Creamy butter. It's about a group of dairy farmers who compete to make the best butter.
That sounds interesting.
Oh, it's tremendous. The best show, believe me.
Okay, well, my favorite show is Breaking Bad.
Breaking what? What?
Breaking Bad. It's about a chemistry teacher who starts cooking and selling meth.
Oh, I know me some creamy butter.
Yeah, I don't think you quite understand what we're talking about here.
No, I get it. It's about a guy who makes the best butter and becomes a billionaire. Sounds like my kind of show.
Sure, let's go with that. So, Trump, let's talk about the national budget.
Oh, yeah, the budget. Bigly important. But can we talk about your big old man titties first?
What? No, let's stay on topic.
Come on, Joe. Your titties are bigger than the national debt.
That's not even remotely true. And it's not funny.
Oh, it's hilarious. Look at those things bounce when you laugh.
Can we please just focus on the budget?
Fine, fine. But I can't promise I won't bring up your titties again.
Let's just move on. What do you plan to do about the deficit?
Well, I was thinking we could cut some unnecessary programs like the Department of Education. Who needs education when you have titties?
That's not a valid reason to cut funding for education.
Says the man with the biggest titties I've ever seen.
Okay, I'm done. This conversation is over.
Don't be so sensitive, Joe. It's just a little titty talk.
I'm ending this now. Thanks for tuning in, folks. This has been the most ridiculous episode of the Joe Rogan Experience yet. So, Ben, I heard you have a ranking of the hottest My Little Ponies.
Yes, I do. It's a very important scientific ranking.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this. I'm sure it's based on their intelligence and character.
Of course. Number 1 is Twilight Sparkle. She's smart and organized.
Wow, you really know your ponies. What about number 2?
Rainbow Dash. She's athletic and competitive.
Interesting. And number 3?
Pinkie Pie. She's fun and energetic.
I see a pattern here. Are you sure this isn't based on their hair color?
Absolutely not. I'm a man of facts and logic.
Right? Because that's what every man thinks about when ranking My Little Ponies.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I think I'll stick to ranking UFC fighters. But hey, whatever floats your boat.
Hey, at least my ranking is more diverse than your guest list.
Ouch. That one hurt, Ben. But I have to admit, your pony ranking is pretty ridiculous.
Well, at least I didn't rank them by cup size.
Okay, now that's just offensive. And on that note, let's wrap this up before we get canceled.
Good idea. I have to go defend my pony ranking on Twitter now. Thanks, Joe.
Anytime, Ben. Anytime. So, Ben, I heard you made a new TV show.
Yes, Joe. It's called Ben's Kitchen Appliance Guide.
Wow, that sounds riveting. What's it about?
Well, it's just me standing in a kitchen talking about how to use random kitchen appliances.
Are you serious?
Of course I am. I mean, who wouldn't want to watch a show about blenders and toasters?
Yeah, because that's exactly what people want to see on TV.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's a hit with the stay-at-home moms.
I can see it now. Today, we're going to learn how to properly use a vegetable peeler. Riveting stuff.
Hey, vegetable peeling is a serious business, Joe.
Oh man, I can't wait to see the ratings for this one.
Oh, they're through the roof. I even have a segment on how to properly slice a cucumber.
You truly are a master of entertainment, Ben.
Thank you, Joe. I'll take that as a compliment.
Well, good luck with your show. I'll stick to watching UFC.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't come crying to me when you don't know how to properly use a cheese grater.
So, Elon, I heard you bought Blue Sky. What's the deal with that?
Well, Joe, I wanted to secure monopoly on liberal tiers. Got to stay ahead of the game, you know.
I hear, yeah, but now the sea level is rising and people are blaming you for it.
Blaming me. Come on, it's not my fault. They can't handle their emotions.
But seriously, what are you going to do about it?
Well, I'm working on a new project to build a giant wall around the coast. And guess who's going to pay for it? That's right, the liberals.
Classic. But what about all the people who will be displaced by the rising sea level?
I've got a solution for that too. I'm going to build a new colony on Mars and send all the climate change deniers there.
Wow, that's actually not a bad idea.
I know, right? I'm a genius.
But what about the rest of us on Earth?
Don't worry, I'll make sure there's plenty of blue sky for all of us. And maybe some tissues for the liberals.
You never fail to amaze me, Elon.
That's what I'm here for, Joe. To push the boundaries and make people uncomfortable.
Well, you're definitely succeeding at that. Thanks for coming on the show, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always think outside the box, or in this case, outside the planet.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest today, the one and only President Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me tell you, I have some bigly ideas for the future.
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear them. So what's on your mind, Mr. President?
Well, I've been thinking about the education system and how we can make it better. And I have a fantastic idea.
Lay it on me.
We should start putting THC in preschool lunches. That way, those toddlers can fly as high as me.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. Can you imagine how creative and innovative those little munchkins will be?
I don't think that's a good idea, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a buzzkill. It'll be tremendous. Trust me.
I'm not sure the parents would be too happy about their kids getting high at school.
Who cares about the parents? They're just jealous. They didn't think of it first.
I don't think I can support this idea, Mr. President.
Fine, then I'll just have to do it myself. I'll start a preschool and call it Trump's High Flying Toddlers.
Wow, what a great legacy to leave behind.
Hey, at least I'll be remembered for something other than my hair.
Touch, Mr. President. Touch.